Hello everybody. Hello. It's been a while since we streamed, so bear with me getting back into the intros and everything. But hi guys, welcome along. We're here down on the ground at Kennedy in a beautiful Pan Am 747-200. Not been used for a long time by Pan Am, but it's nice to be in this aircraft. Amazing by Felis here, and we're going to be flying it all the way down the coast to Princess Juliana. Slight change of plan. I couldn't get the scenery working for Barbados, and I put it to a vote out in the Discord, and we had it win, Juliana win in the vote. So we're going to be going there today. Should be a bit more of an interesting landing, to be honest. And the flight time's slightly shorter, but very similar. So that should be good fun. Super. Well. Yeah, I suppose, yeah. Say hi if you're in the chat, and then here we are. So, yeah, 747-200, so it's a little bit older than most of the 747s that have sort of recently been retired, and some of that are still flying around. It's got a slightly short deck, upper deck. That's how you'd know it's sort of roughly 747-200. This was the original one they released, so this is sort of the, when they first released 747, this was the one. So, a long time ago now. I think it's 1969 off the top of my head. And then, of course, we're flying Pan Am, who unfortunately went bust and bankrupt. But no worries, none the matter. We're flying them today. So let's hop into flight deck. So here we are inside. You can see it's proper analog. We're flying Concorde with INS sort of systems, and we've got a lot of engineering bits and bobs to do. There's some great interactive checklists which we'll be using along the way here today. And then we'll be doing some other bits and bobs. Oh, you're right, I am on. Oops, I've put in the wrong call sign there, my bad. Thanks for reminding me, Daniel. P-A-A. Ooh. That's what it should be. There we go, and imagine the flight plan might come up now. 552 Juliet. That should be PAA. Let's just check that. Sorry, thanks for reminding me. Just checking out our flight plan here. PAA 552 Juliet. Yeah, that's us. Okay, good. There we go.
Traffic, American 2979, taking off runway.
Just going to switch off the radios for a second. Right, so I'm just setting up. I was just actually doing some fueling and stuff here as we go down. But essentially, today we've got 55.7 tons of fuel on board. Get that up to 55.7. That'll do. 56 is pretty close. And zero fuel weight of 208.4, which we've got on board, meaning our takeoff weight for today should be 263.2. It's 263.7, so that's not bad. If we instant load, the plane has been loaded now. You can see the load sheet is all ready to go, so that is that bit done. The INS have been aligning for a while now. I sort of left them and went out to get some tea and things, so hopefully they're all aligned. The overhead lights and things I haven't really done, so we've got a fair bit to do. So if we head over to the overhead, there are interactive checklists, but I like to run through some initial things first by myself, just to make sure I can do it. So anti-skid on and emergency lights get turned on. Seatbelt signs go on, and I've got the logo lights and the nav lights on for today. And then to the engineering panel back here, we've got the ground power units on, but we'll get the APU started. So we just hold that down on start, and we wait for the exhaust gas to rise quite quickly. It takes a while. There we go. There goes up the exhaust gas, and we can let go of it there, and that'll just settle itself as it starts. You can see down here then we've got the fuel. It's been loaded, so we can switch on the boost pumps for them. And then cruise altitude wise, we're going to be cruising at 370, and so we're going to set this to 380 as it likes it 1,000 feet past. So that is pretty much that done. We can bleed rise. If we get the APU bleed on, you can see the pressure rise. We can set the packs to half, meaning everyone gets sort of half air conditioning. We don't want to overload it though. And then to make sure we're all good, we set this to auto, and this is the hydraulics. Now they're air pressure, they're air pumps on board the 747-200. A little bit of an odd system. Means you have to have the APU in an emergency, which is, that's all right. It's sort of an interesting system that we don't really use now. It's all done by generators and electric pumps for the hydraulics, but interesting to have it as an air. But it means when you've got the APU on, we go outside, you can see the elevators. We've got two moving. That's because we just turned on the one air pump, but you can see we have hydraulic power. So that's quite cool. So that's sort of a little a niche of of this aircraft, which is quite interesting. Grounds online and body skewing needs to be done. It certainly does, Daniel. But we'll hang on for that one. I like to do it a little bit later. But yes, you're right. Are you flying with us today, or are you going along somewhere else? But he's right. Grounds online. Well, we can get the QNH then from the ground, or altimeter as it is out here in the States. So we've got information echo. We've got the winds as saying 0, and the altimeter is 2993. That's nice. No winds. Right, 2993. I've been flying around across, sort of practicing this plane a little bit, and I've been going to Heathrow from JFK and things, and it's been really windy. So as the storm Noah, I think it is, passes over us, so it's been quite an interesting couple of days. It's nice to have it a little bit more relaxed. Right, well, go on, and we'll hit the checklist before start on this guy here. So, whilst he's running through that,
down and check.
We can do the INS bits and bobs whilst he's doing that. So, waypoints. Today, we've got quite a few waypoints to go through, so this shouldn't take too long. It's the same as Concorde system, so I won't particularly go into too much detail. And approach is online. Super. A350. There was. So, 40198. West 07314. Decimal 8. Waypoint 2 is 40149. West 07305. 1. Just check I've got that right. Yeah. Super. And then waypoint 3 is Dodgers. This is sort of making our way out down the coast here. 072478. Waypoint 4 is 40008 West 072361. And it's interesting, in this plane you do the north and click insert, then you do the west and click insert. They're sort of done separately, whereas in Concorde it's sort of a continuous process, and then you click insert once you've done the waypoint. So yeah, it's just sort of, I think Concorde's a slightly newer INS system compared to this, but they're very, very similar. So if you've flown Concorde, this is should take but a moment. 3925 6, there we go, and 07118. Oh, I've put that in wrong. The advantage of putting it in wrong is you can just go and you can just change only that side. You don't have to do the whole waypoint again. Waypoint 7 then is north 3759 9 west 070350. Waypoint 8 then, let me grab my other piece of paper there, is Darrox. So this is still tracking down across the coast here. We're going into, by this point we've actually entered the New York Oceanic, so if he's online at some point we'll have to speak to him, which is not good. Oh, sorry, didn't mean to click that. There we go. It's north 36096. It's west 06927. Oh, I've typed that in wrong. 069273. And then finally waypoint 9 for today, 3406. 6 west 068549. Super, and then we have got a couple more to go. We have to do sort of 2 sets of programming, so that's a bit of a faff. I think I heard on the guy on the checklist, he sort of paused, didn't he? I think I hadn't turned on the window heat and probe heats, so I'll do them. Do the tests. That'll be good.
Emergency lights.
Armed.
Exterior lights.
Oh, he's not happy with my exterior lights. Well, I got the nav and logo lights on. I don't want anything else on, so I'll just check that manually.
Flight instruments. Check.
Flight instruments. So we better do that a little bit.
1
KJFK. That is our that's our airport for today, John F. Kennedy. Get the taxi check. Taxi, yep. There we go. You can see we're down here. We're using 13 right for departure today. And our departure, as per my reckoning, should be the Kennedy 5 to ship. So that's what we're expecting, off 13 right. So departure should be the Kennedy 5 just to ship. So nothing particularly special, I don't think. Let me just bring up Navigraph and check that. bring it up externally. Give me a second. There we go. What did the man on the checklist want? He wasn't happy with us. Oh, radar and transponder. Okay. We'll set them to standard.
Stand by. Indicator lights. Check. Engine and wing anti-ice.
Just looking here, departures. Look, yeah,
Check.
JFK 5.
Mach airspeed warning. Check.
It's a ship, I
Auto
think.
brakes.
Is it?
Check and off. Body gear steering.
Or is it score 5?
Hold on.
No, it's JFK 5, yeah. Body gear steering. Oh, there it is.
Arm.
On.
Anti-skid.
Oh, that's on.
On. Autopilot and flight director.
Ah, we'll sort this out in a minute.
Check and off.
So,
Takeoff warning.
whilst he's doing this, we can go into our
Hold on.
performance check. We're in the takeoff here. You can see the sim, we're slightly lighter, and the load sheet's slightly lighter than the sim. That's because it's got the taxi fuel calculated into that one. So, we'll be waiting. So we'll put it in the load sheet one, because on our little taxi out, we'll burn some fuel. So in here, we've got to set the runway length is 4,400 meters. Its height is about 0 above sea level. It's really low here at Kennedy. It's 13 feet above sea level, so not that high. Runway heading is 130-ish. It only goes in tens, so we want to round it to the nearest one. It's 134, so that's pretty close. The winds, interestingly, of course, is 0, that's 0. And the QNH is 2993, which on the Barrow here is 1014. Super, there we go. So that is that all inputted there, nicely like that. Then we can just click set speed bugs, and you can see we've got a stable trim of 4, initial pitch of 17 degrees. Now what we want to do, that initial pitch, set the flight directors on, and dial the pitch initially here on the flight director to 17 degrees. So we've got coming through 15 there, 15, and it'll just, oh actually, sorry, I've got that wrong completely. That should be set to 10, and then we're looking to pitch to 15 manually. That 10 degrees is in case of an emergency. We want to hold that for a safe climb out, I believe. The optimum climb speed then, look, is 304. We're going to be using, oh my god, we're going to be using 800 meters of runway. That is not much. Wow, okay, cool. Should leap into the air pretty quickly today. I guess we've got a lot of power and not particularly heavy. Super. So, in terms of flying the Kennedy 5 departure, once we get that one up, we're just going to need the 115.9 from JFK, and we'll set that radial out to ship of 139 so that we know that's where we should be heading. Initially then, we can set the heading of 134, because that's the heading of the runway, and we just want to hold that initially. And the initial climb out looks to be just straight, and then if we look up here, the ship departures, we're expecting vectors, and an aircraft on runways 13 right should just climb us to assigned heading. Blooming hell, that gave me a shock. What was that? Oh, it's the announcement. Oh, I haven't turned it on. Oopsie, oopsie, oopsies. There we go. I'm very sorry I missed that for whoever that was. I'm very sorry. I'll have to check listing. Don't know how I find that. Let me know if that was you subscribing, but thank you very much. When you're not expecting it, that is quite loud, isn't it? But, wow, that gave me a shock. Can I turn on the volume? No, okay, cool. So we're climbing to assigned heading, so we'll have to get our clearance here, but top altitude there was 5,000, so we'll just set in that 5,000 there. Altitude select will come on there, and we're all good to go. So going back to this checklist to get him continued. Takeoff warning. Yep.
Instrument source selectors. Normal. Reserve
Check
brake
my
valve.
spoilers and flaps are up.
Closed. Flaps
Set
up.
the radar range to about 25,
Spoilers.
and then the radar's still on standby, so that's
Static
fine.
selectors.
Now, radios. Let's go ahead and tune over to 121.9, which is the ground.
Check and emergency off.
And then in the standby, I'm going to set up the departure, which is 128,
Check.
125.
Check and on. Rudder and
Oh,
aileron trim.
gone past it there. There we go. And,
Checklist complete.
sorry, I've missed the chat there. I was doing stuff. Otherwise, that's actually been Concorde, incredibly modelled. Concorde is incredibly, it should be the same as this. Oh, yeah. Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, I guess it's a little bit different. Yeah, maybe they didn't model it properly in Colomata. I don't know. Yeah. Right, and then Foresight and his flight engineer, so he's now got to do his stuff. So he's
APU panel.
doing that back there.
Check. Auxiliary power. Check. Engine oil quantity. Check.
Engine oil quantities, he's going through all this stuff. So, for us now, we need to call up the ground and give him some information. Kennedy Ground, let's go say hi. So,
Check and set.
Kennedy Ground, Clipper 552 Juliet is over here on the stands. We're 747-200, requesting for our clearance down to Princess Juliana, please. What do you want? Bleed panels. Yeah.
Clipper 552 Juliet, Kennedy Ground, hello. Information Foxtrot current cleared Princess Juliana Airport via Kennedy 5 departure. After departure flight heading 170. Expect radar vectors to ship Dennis Fight. Climb 5,000 feet. Expect flight with 370 minutes after departure. Departure frequency is 128.125.
Super.
Squawk 2742.
Super. Clipper 552 Juliet, we're cleared on the Kennedy 5 departure 13 right. Initial heading will be 170, climbing to 5,000. We're departing on 128.125 and squawk 2742.
552 Juliet, read the correct position sign on question, report holding short of Alpha.
Report holding short of Alpha for 552 Juliet. Super. Right.
Kennedy Ground, hello.
Bleed control set. That's good.
900 at Terminal 1, information Foxtrot. Also
That's the
looking for
EPR computer.
Princess
That's the
Juliana.
sort of we don't want the Mac on, but that is our auto throttle essentially. So that's interesting to use.
And Delta 2 Kennedy Ground, hello. Information Gulf current.
Air conditioning controls. He wants us to make sure we're doing some stuff. So back here, the recirculation fans can go on. And then in terms of the air conditioning, this is all the air conditioning panel up here. So you can see they're in normal, which means they're all good, and then they're in the closed position for the trim air. They're in auto, or maybe I need to put that on.
Cleared to Princess Juliana. Kennedy 5 departure.
I can't quite remember. I think that's fine though, as long as passengers don't freeze. It's not luxury. Super.
Frequency 128.125 and score 1635 Delta 62.
Check.
62 heavy, read back correct, push start on expression, report.
Nice wing views there. You can see the silver engines on the Pan Am are quite cool, so we'll be looking at them as we get going. So, there's the Delta. Did I hear he's... Oh, it's 330. Very nice choice. Maybe that's my scenery. I think he said it was in the 350, didn't he? Oh, we've got another 747 over there. Looking nice. Private jet going around. It's going good. What a cool place. Right, back inside, sorry. So, what does he want now? Hydraulic panel. Aha, I need to turn off that air pump. That's good, hopefully. You can see that's been set to our V2 speed initially. We'll dial that up to about about 250 as soon as we get him airborne. The checklist has just been completed there for our before start checklist, so we are all good to go. We'll just see if Daniel, if he's all good, let us know in the chat. The INS has all been programmed up. The parking brake is still set. The chocks are in position. So what we want to do now is come off the ground power. There we go. So ground power has just been disconnected, or we switched on to the APU power. So here we can remove the GPU. I'm going to call up the taxi guys. I set a pushback sort of plan earlier.
Your toe's coming.
He's driving up, so we can just do our final bits and bobs. Boost pumps on the ones that need to be. You see the centre ones don't need to be on. There's nothing in there, so that's not there. The cruise altitude 380. We'll be stepping to 390, so we'll have to change that during flight, which is fine. Electrical wise, we've got the APU running, and then bleed wise, we've got the pack valves on at the moment. We'll be turning them off later. Oh, more. Hi, new subscriber. Sorry, I hadn't had the alerts on, so thanks for reminding me. Super. Welcome to the channel. Thanks very much for the sub. Brilliant. You see the overlay today is not quite working. I XPUIC doesn't seem to want to work with Xplane 12, unfortunately. So we've just got you've got the bit of information, but the progress bar things might not work, unfortunately. So
all right, looks like the doors and hatches are closed, and we're ready to connect.
That is quite loud, that, isn't it? But I can't turn him down. I don't know how to. So I just for this small moment. So we'll turn on the beacon, and that is all good there. Beacon light on. We've got the body gear steering on. The body gear steering on the 747, I'm sure you all know, but down here at the back, these guys turn, these inner two turn to help us go around some tighter corners because of the length of the plane, so that's quite nice. Oh, the chocks. We better get rid of them.
Cockpit to ground. Remove the chocks.
Chocks are removed. We'll leave the performance calculation up. It's going to be a flat 10 departure. And that is about it for us. So he's connecting, he's lifting us up. Well, we'll get ready to go.
Welcome aboard, Captain. Toes connected, bypass pins inserted. Go and kill the parking brake when you're ready to go.
Pushback is at our discretion. We'll just do a quick check. We'll clear left, he's going past there. We'll clear right, nobody in the corridor. So we can release our parking brake and get cracking. Now, this is a little bit... That should just work there.
Here comes
there
the pushback.
Normally I get a problem there, so that's why I was a little bit sceptical. Right, and as for pushing back, then we want the transponder to go into TARA mode, and the radar systems will wait. We've got people around us, don't want to turn that on. Pig of the Feather, hello. Your intros is always certainly interesting. Before you introduce yourself, but nice to see you again, hello. Okay. It stopped. Has it stopped? There we go, he's moving again. I wonder what that was. Yeah, obviously wasn't happy about something. Right, well the beacon's on. We've been cleared, he said light him up, so we're good to go. So, starting wise, the start valve comes on. We'll start engine 4 number first. So, system 1, we select ground start. The valve open gets held. And you can see now if we look back to the engineer panel, we've got the RPM of N2 rising. It's not quite rising, my bad. I need to shut off the packs. There we go. Now it'll start to rise. The APU hasn't got much capacity on this plane, so you really have to turn everything off. Here comes up the engine 4 end power, or N2. Well, once it hits 20, we'll be turning on the fuel, so we're just waiting for that. Oh look, I didn't know you can move the armrest. That's quite cool. 20% N2, and the fuel is on. That's quite cool, the armrest come down. They're kind of in the way of things, so I'll move his. Well, his can stay. That's quite cool. Quite an interactive little flight deck. There's no window on this plane, in reality. I don't think. Yeah, no, that's not an opening window, that's just there. So... no sort of air for the pilots. That's engine 4 started. We'll start engine number 2. And the start valve is open. Close bits and bobs there. Super. And we are starting up. We'll see. I think Daniel is ready to go. I know you're only loaded in a minute, so we'll take our time. So you can see here I got the pushback to take us back a little bit. So it's going back a little bit further because essentially when the body gear steering is going around the corner, they're turned, and if they remain turned after you've finished pushing back, starting to taxi again is quite difficult. So you try and set it so that you're coming back straight, so that they're nice and in line with the aircraft, so that when you start taxiing you don't get the problem of getting sort of stuck because you've got the wheels at a hard angle. So that's why we do that. Right, I assume that's
just about done here. Go ahead and set your parking brake.
He wants the parking brake set. Right, we'll set the parking brake.
Parking brake set.
There we go. We've got light up engine number 2.
Give me just a moment.
We're waiting for that to stable at about 32. There we go. You can see that starting to stabilise. Yeah, there you go. He's told us. And it's start engine number 3. And the start valve is held open. Lovely. Air engine is starting nicely. Veton, hello. Nice to see you. Say hi, it's nice to see you again.
Parking brake released.
Oh, parking brake released. Oh, I don't want that. Come back on.
Parking brake set.
Lovely. Parking brake is indeed on. Super.
20%
N2. It is ready to start. So down here, the fuel valves comes on. and the fuel for the engine is in. You can see now in the engineer's panel back here we've got a good start from the engine. It's coming up to 63. And there we go, it's just holding steady.
And we're disconnected. Signal pin on the right. Take it easy and have a safe flight.
There we go, pushback guy's going, and we can start engine number 1 there. So the start valve is held open. Looking again into the back here, with these engines that we've now got started, we can turn on the air pumps for them, and we can turn on the generators for them. So there we go, we've got the gens on for these 3 engines. We can check using our AC meters here that we've got Gen 2, 3 and 4 are all around the same point. You can see Gen 1 is very low, almost off, because of course it's not started yet. So it's quite nice, all realistically simulated there. There we go, N2, fuel goes on. You can see if we go on the gens, it's jumped up straight away. And we'll wait for engine stabilised. We can turn on the gen and the air pump for those 2. Engine stabilised, and the packs can come back on for these engines. Now it's all on, we can turn off the APU. We can close the system breaker. And now up here, the galley power we can turn on so they can start cooking the meals and everything in the back. You see the galley fan can go to auto, and the aft cargo heat can go to normal. Oh, I wonder why the parking brake keeps releasing. Check that. Right, checklist. So, after start checklist, please.
After start checklist.
We'll turn on our runway turn off, and we'll turn off the start valve.
On. Start switches. Off. Beacon lights. On.
He's running through the start check for us.
Check. Start levers.
Idle T10.
We've got no anti-ice on today, it's not that cold. And we can check the temperature down here. 17 degrees plus, it's not that cold, we don't need anti-ice, so that's good. Did you pick some scenery I noticed? Yes, yeah, I've got some scenery for JFK here actually. These are Xplane 12 scenery, Xplane 11 scenery, but it's doing quite well in Xplane 12. It looks nice. But you see it's got the sort of bridges and things, it's quite cool. Sort of a combination of satellite scenery and some real stuff, but it looks good. It looks really good, I think. There's a couple more planes in, look. I think it looks quite good, but it's quite interesting. Anyway, these massive aircraft 747, look, we're taking up a lot of space. So that reminds me, we've got to be careful when we start taxiing. So we'll start our taxi checklist.
Taxi checklist, please.
So the flaps can be set to 10.
Hold on. Flaps 10.
And we can release the parking brake now.
Parking brake release.
And we'll start rolling out to the holding point for Alpha, and then we'll cool ground. So bit of power on the engines there. Parking brake is released, you can go in the wing view here. And we're rolling. We'll idle the power, do a quick brake check. That's quite sudden, yeah. Brakes are working. Bit of power there. Don't want to do too much because of course we're in the corridor. Everything behind us is sort of don't want to get particularly blown around, so we don't want to do too much engine power. Super. Bit of power to get us rolling. You see the nose wheel steering there is doing its job. Super, and we'll cool up the ground. Ground, Clipper 552 Juliet, holding short Alpha. Going up on a tab, you can see where they are.
Taxi, runway 13 right via Alpha, Quebec and Papa Foxtrot.
Alpha, Quebec, Papa Foxtrot, runway 13 right, Clipper 552 Juliet. So just going right here and all the way down to the end. The takeoff data is done. We need that to be set to 4 units. Bit of power. We'll go right to the flight controls. We'll do a check just as soon as we make this right-hand turn onto the taxiway. The body gear steering here is going to help us out because it's quite tight, but essentially in the 747, unlike Concorde, you just want to keep the taxi line underneath the flight deck, I think. So a bit tighter there. That should, yeah, look, that's not bad. Not a bad turn, huh? Flight controls, so we'll get us going straight here on this bit of taxiway, bit of power there. So full up, full down. Oh, I pressed the brakes there, my bad. Full left,
Check.
full right, and the rudders are also working. So that's all good. I think you can see New York. Yeah, there you go. You see the buildings out there. But quite a foggy day today. There's the Delta joining us today. Super. Interesting. It's quite slow taxi checklist completed, super. So it's the plane, so we're flying today, the 747, it's quite slow at climbing, but once in the cruise, it's quite quick. So it'll do about 0.84, 849 I think we're going to be cruising at today, in our max speed, which is brilliant. But then, of course, the climb speed, we struggle up at about 500 feet per minute, all the way from about 15,000 feet up to cruise. So it's quite a slow climb. So getting there takes us time. So it's interesting with a 350 we're flying along with. I presume that'll be much quicker than us, but might be a little bit similar. I don't know.
Delta 62, request taxi.
Going a little bit quicker. So the advice was for the taxi speed less than 10 round the corners, and then down a straight line you can let it build up to sort of 25, 30-ish. So we're in a pretty straight line here, so we'll just let it build up. But sort of 90-degree turns, you want to be sort of less than 5-ish. And then, of course, like any other plane, the rudder does some of the steering, so I'm using the rudder here to do the finer sort of movements. But it's a nice looking plane. So I do recommend the Felis. It's got Xplane 11 and 12, which is super. Right, the flight directors are on for departure. And then we've got the 152, which is our V2. We've got the course set and the heading set, and we've got 5,000 pre-sort of selected.
55 to Juliet, contact New York approach on
128.125, 52 Juliet, bye. 128.125, we're off.
Descend and maintain 4,000, maintain 210 knots.
Good. So, we're coming down, you can see we told Papa Foxtrot we're going right to the very end here. Although I've got to make sure I do make the turn, otherwise I'll just end up down wherever that is. So, we're going left here any minute now, but we're coming right to the end of the runway. So, we can start our before takeoff checklist.
Icing considerations.
That's Papa Charlie we're passing there. You can see we use these signs here. We got Quebec Delta, Papa Echo, and there's Papa Foxtrot. The ignition there, I think he wants it in flight start.
Flight start.
There we go.
5136, leaving radio station, New York Center is offline. Radio service terminated.
Body steering, he wants that off because we've got quite a tight turn onto the runway. I'm going to leave it on just for a second, as we probably need it to make these tight turns.
4840, turn left heading 080.
And then we'll cool up the approach as soon as there's a gap. Approach, Clipper 552 Juliet with you just on Papa Foxtrot.
Clipper 552 Juliet.
Going around the corner there. Oh yeah, heavy. Forgot that.
180 at 3, runway 13 right, clear for takeoff.
Clear for takeoff, runway 13 right, Clipper 552 Juliet. Oh, I need to remember the heavy. My bad. Don't normally do that. Right. There we go. We're going straight on. So onto the runway then. Landing lights on, strobe lights on. And as soon as we finish that, we'll run through the rest of the checks. Cross feed valves are on. The food boost pumps are on. The packs can go off for takeoff. So we have all the power available at our discretion. That is Drewski. Yes, it is. Yeah.
New York departure. Good morning. Runway 13 right. Line up at wait. Caution wake turbulence.
I'm up and wait behind the heavy.
There we go. We're lining up. Here we go.
623, turn right heading 060,
Lovely. Absolutely fantastic. So we're on the runway. Right. Get us lined up nice and straight. And the nose wheel
Disarm.
goes off.
Back valve.
Everything else is all good on the overhead.
Closed.
We're ready to go. We'll just let him finish his checks.
Selector. Auto.
789 at 4000, reduce speed to 210.
Cross feed valves.
Down to 210 knots at 4,000 feet.
Before takeoff checklist complete.
Before takeoff checks completed. Right, here we go, gentlemen. So, oh, yeah, anyone.
Stabilized.
Brakes released.
4840,
What's the
turn left
warning
heading
for?
040.
What have I not done? That's very annoying. How do I stop that? Oh no, what have I not done? No, I think I've done everything. We're on takeoff. So maybe I need to go after that. No. Oh well, we'll ignore it. V1. Rotate. We're really not using much runway today. And there we are. Gear up, please.
Gear up.
Wonder why that warning was going on. Anyway, pitching up to 15 degrees. Quite a steep climb out there.
1427, wind 180 at 3.
There we are, climbing away.
Takeoff, caution wake turbulence, previous departure, heavy Boeing 747.
Gear is up. We're climbing away. Watching the speed there. Allowing ourselves to get up to 1500. There's 1500. We're over the end of the runway. Start to make a right-hand turn when ready. There's the inner marker, sorry, coming through. And we're rolling right, heading 170. I'll just get rid of the yoke so I can see that.
62 heavy, near departure, good morning.
And there we are. Start to reduce the throttle here a little bit. Looking to just reduce that nose down to about 2,000 feet per minute.
29623, turn left heading 040.
So I'll just reduce that climb rate down a little bit. And there we are. 170. Clipper 552 Juliet Heavy passing through 3,600. Turn off the turn off lights and logo.
Heading 180 and climb and maintain 12000, 12,000.
Climb maintain 12000, right heading 180. Clipper 552 Juliet Heavy. Right, that's selected.
789, turn left heading
That warning light, I think I'd put the gear in the wrong position by mistake. Anyway, gear up, we can go to the off position with the gear now, and we can run through the after takeoff checklists.
After takeoff.
knots for Delta 709.
Gear lever.
Number 4840, send to maintain
Landing
3000.
auto lights.
Landing lights can come off then.
Off.
And we can go to vertical speed mode and engage autopilot 1.
And nose
Number
forward
552 Juliet Heavy, proceed direct ship.
Proceed direct ship 552 Juliet Heavy. Right. Proceed, we've been given cleared to go to direct ship.
1427, radar
There's it.
contacts, altitude.
So we'll do the heading mode manually. I'll just get us across.
United
That'll do for it.
1427, turn right heading 220.
We need to reduce that vertical speed just a tad there, just to allow ourselves to, I've got it just on hardware there, just to allow the speed to build. We're looking for 250 knots. So we can set that to climb now, and select the speed. And what we want to do, you can see the limit there is coming in. So we're still on manual throttle here. Just want to back off that throttle a little bit. And start to reduce the climb rate just a tad more. You can see what I mean about the climb rate coming into effect here. Very slow. So, proceeding direct ship. So, right a little bit. Just set up that course. And we'll go to VOR lock. And we've got altitude select on for 12,000 feet. The speed is just building up to 250 there. And the turn... Oh, wrong one, sorry. Altitude select and vertical speed on again. VOR lock. And then I'm just going to turn on the auto throttle there. Looking for 250 knots. And then that's on speed and in climb mode. Oh, radar needs to go to normal. And the pack valves, he wants them open.
open.
And fuel heats to auto.
Fuel heat. This. Auto.
Super.
After takeoff checklist completed.
The recirculation valves are on. Everyone's getting their air conditioning in the plane. And the APU is off. We're all good. We're coming through 9,000 feet there. We'll start to look for 300 knots. And we'll just reduce our climb rate down to about 1,500. On the overhead then, lights-wise, the landing lights are off.
10,000.
And we're just passing to 10,000. Accelerating to 300. And if we go on the Avi tab, you can see we're heading towards ship now. Are we? No, we're not. My bad. We're not heading towards ship. We're heading nowhere. Radar service is terminated for Clipper 552 Juliet. Thanks very much. Have a nice day. Bye-bye. I got that wrong. Yeah, we're not going the right way at all. So we come left, and we'll engage INS navigation. And then as it comes around, we'll hold. I got my navigation on there. I'm glad I checked.
Passing altitude 2,700 feet for altitude 5,000 feet, Delta 62 Heavy.
Thank you. Proceed direct ship, climb and maintain 12,000.
Direct ship, climb and
And we'll go on to Unicom. Super. I should have probably done that on the other frequency. On to Unicom. There, bam. Oh, that's 127. 122. There we go. And we're coming across, you can see I've just done a heading there just to bring us across onto the ship radial. We're climbing up, it's just levelling at 12,000. I'm going to reset that up to 370, I believe, for our initial. Yep, 370 is the initial. Go into vertical speed mode, do it manually, go up to 1500. Functioning Discord invite link. Oh, is it not working? Sorry about that. I'll get it up in a new one for you. Sometimes they stop working for me. Apologies. I'll get a new one up. Right, I want to reduce our climb rate there just to allow the speed to build. It is in climb mode, but it's really not getting much throttle today. So, yeah, that invite link, let me get that up for you. There you go. Sorry about that. Message pinned for you there. Lovely. Good weather in Xplane 12, huh? It's looking good. No worries. Right, so we're just holding, I'm just sort of trying to do a little bit. You see I wasn't quite paying attention there. The speeds come back to about 240-ish. We'd quite like to be going quicker than that. Although the auto throttle's not doing its as a favour there. It's going quite slow. Ah, it was off. Ah, yeah. I'm still getting used to this plane. That's what I put that down to. That's not pilot error. You see, we're coming across towards ship there. The auto throttle is still backing off. Why is it backing off? Hold on, I'm got to troubleshoot this. Right, 300. So climb mode, speed selected, and auto throttle on. Looking for speed. Oh, the flaps up. Ha! Aye, aye. I've been too busy trying to work out we're going to ship. Right, flaps coming up. There we go. It was holding us behind the minimum speed. Ah, that was not my finest departure, I'll be honest. Alright, flaps coming up. There we go. You see the outside spoilers go, outside leading edge slats go in first, and then here come in the inside ones any second now. There we go. And there we go. There we go. Now the aircraft will accelerate nicely. My bad. Right. You can turn off the seatbelt signs as well now. Now we can go on to INS mode, and it should take us towards ship. Oh, it's rolling us left. Change 0 to 1. Go on. Go on. There we go. Now it's going right. We're going towards ship now. And we're coming up to 300 knots, as you can see now. And then we'll bring up the vertical speed a little bit more. Don't worry, you didn't see. Yeah. We'll pretend that didn't happen. Anyway, right. That's climbing up and away. Lovely. Forget that I accidentally did that. You can see here I keep putting the yoke out of the way because the navigation aid is right behind the centre of the yoke. If I get rid of it, that's what we're trying to look at. And the yoke's right in the way. So getting rid of it can help. So I'll try and get rid of that when I can. Right. System 1, the radar's on and the TCAS transponder thing is on. Transponder. And into the back. Then we'll just check the engineer's panel. After checklist has been complete, only thing we can really do now is turn on the cross feed valves for the fuel tanks. APU packs, APU's off and packs are on. The hydraulics are on and the aft cargo heats are on. That's about it for us. We're all good. Yeah, very nice. Climbing to 15,000. You can see there, so what we're looking at now is the speed's doing what we wanted it to do, about 300-ish. We can increase that up to 315. And you can see that orange limiter on the EPR there. That is the point at which, based on this mode we set down here into climb, cruise or GA, that the engines cannot exceed in auto throttle mode. We can do it in manual, so if we had a problem we could just throttle up, but in auto throttle it won't do it. So, as it comes up to hold a specific speed, the throttles will reduce in power, and what we want to do is increase our climb rate to hold the engine throttle just on that orange marker, and as we get higher, that orange marker increases as the EPR limit, which you can see there, increases based upon the temperature outside. So yeah, that's what's going on here. So we'll just keep just sort of the climb rate up a little bit, and we're coming up to 18,000 feet there, so we can set the QNH to 29, the altimeter to 2992. We'll do it on his side as well. There we go. And we are all good. So again, we're a little bit below that limit. You can see the engine just holding slightly below, just a tad below, so we can pitch up slightly more to just under 2,000 feet per minute, which is quite a good climb for the 747. Going across the Atlantic, as we will do soon in another stream, it normally is a little bit less than that, so it's nice to have a little bit slightly higher climb rate. But in terms of the rest of it now, it's on navigation mode in the INS. We can sort of check we're going in the roughly right direction, but we're going 120-ish, taking out across into oceanic airspace. We've got 5 miles to go till ship, and then we are all good. Climbing away nicely. You see we're coming up through 20,000 feet, not really much we need to do. But what we're looking to do at some point here is transition. We can see the max speed's building slightly there. So we want to keep dialing this up, the auto throttle speed, to about 320, no more than 350. And the overspeed limit's going to come down slowly as we climb. And we're looking for our max speed to be, if we check in the engineers panel, our weighting for today, we can check our gross weight is 258.2. If we look on the charts here, 258.1 looks pretty close, looking to be 370, and that is on the max speed, looking to be 0.846. So that is what we're aiming to do. You can see the max speed slowly increasing naturally as we climb. We're looking to increase our auto throttle speed a little bit, and then transition it over to the Mach by clicking down there into Mach when we get up to 0.846. So that is that's the plan with the auto throttle. So we have to sit here till cruise just to make sure we're getting the good climb rates and we're not losing speed or anything. You can see the engines are right up at the limit there, so we could sort of look at the speed, and if it's starting to drop away from its commanded throttle, we might have to reduce our vertical speed just a tad there to allow it to keep climbing. So yeah, it's good fun to fly this plane. I'd recommend it if you're looking at getting a 747. The SSG 747-800 is of course available. I would say go for this one. It's more manual. It's more interesting to do. You know, we've got to do stuff, so it's good. Yeah. Don't get me wrong. There has been problems. The other day I landed reverse thrusters only on one side. We sort of careered off the runway at Heathrow. That was quite an interesting one. You get sort of problems cruising. So getting used to the auto throttle system is what took me a while to try and, well, not really get used to it, but figure it out. I think this is what you're supposed to do, but it took a while, so it's interesting to see it all work. You see we've got a lot of nose trim down, and interesting, that green band, which it says it has to be in, you can actually just change it. So if we think we should be in the green band, we can just sort of change it, but normally try to leave it in normal. Also need to put the VNAV. VNAV. I wasn't aware of this. That's just off, isn't it, on there? And should it do it itself at that point? Good job. I like that. I'll leave it in off, and we should just climb. You're right. It's going to climb nicely there. And then we'll switch over to Mach in a bit. I like that. That's working then, isn't it? Nice. Well, thank you for that. I hadn't quite realised it had VNAV. I sort of assumed it didn't, but it does. Good. And then the T-service and everything's happening in the back. And we're looking at, if I just check up SimBrief a little bit. Can't quite remember what our airtime's supposed to be. It's not that long, the airtime. Trying to find it here. Airtime of 3 hours and 15 minutes. So for a Pan Am flight, that's quite short, but it's just gonna continue with a little tea service in between, maybe a little lunch for our little 3-hour flight to cross some of the pond. down to the Caribbean. Coming up through 250 then. You're right, we could put it in IAS mode, couldn't we? Yeah. But then the problem is the auto throttle goes off. Because it's going to sit wherever the throttle was. Which is probably better, I suppose, but I quite like it. I quite like doing the little vertical speed to make sure we're holding just where I want it to be. But yeah, we could leave it. We'll leave it in IAS mode, shall we? The Mac should continue to increase nicely there. You can see the vertical speed is coming right down there, because it struggles to keep us going. Nito, hi. Nice to see you. How you doing? There we go. Nose is pitching down considerably there. And it's climbing nicely. We'll make a quick call on Unicom so everyone knows what we're up to. But nothing particularly interesting. Unicom Clipper 552 Juliet is climbing through flight level 270 for flight level 370, heading out down towards the Caribbean, away from Kennedy. Clipper 552 Juliet. You can have a look on the Xplane map actually. It gives you an idea of where Vatsim traffic is. You see quite a few out in Kennedy. It was fairly busy. Oh, there's a 747 there. Look. That's nice. You see our crazy little route we flew on the departure. Made quite a considerable turn straight away. Pretty sure that's the departure. 1500 it was, and then we made the right-hand turn. It really climbed quickly on the initial, initial climb out, and then very slowly from now on. You can see that United to our right. We might be able to see him. Don't know if we will be able to, but we should. If we go on X-Pilot settings, let's see if we can get the contrails. So that's what we're looking at. Enable contrails. Minimum said it's like 23,000. I set multiple contrails. Bit of frame rates, but that's fine. And he should be off our right. Well, there he is. Yep. Get rid of that. There's the United. Oh, he's going quickly. It's quite loud back here in economy. They clearly got the worst seats. Oh, we're turning. Oh no, we're just bumping. There we are. There's that nice United. What is he? Just trying to zoom in, be precise. Looks like a 737 in the air. Nice. And then behind us is Daniel. He's right with us. Oh, but United's turned. He's turning. He's gone round in that airway. Nice. Behind us is Daniel, which we should be able to see with this contrail. Yeah, look, there he is, off our left, no, off the left of our nose there. Yeah, you are, aren't you? There you go. If we look, try and move the view like that. There he is. There he is. Lovely. Nice. Right, I'm going to go like that, and I'm going to switch off IAS mode. I know it's helpful, you're right, but just it looked like it was doing a lot of chopping and changing there, so I'll leave it in VNav, and it's falling away slightly. I'll tell you what, I'm going to go VS mode, just to drop it down myself a little bit. I know it's not particularly good, I know, in the cruise, or so this high up, to be switching around in VS, but it'll do for us. Oh, we're already on waypoint 56. Crikey, we've been passing through a lot there. We better do some reprogramming then quickly, whilst that's making its way up. You can see we're approaching 4.9. Right, so we'll go waypoint 1, and it is 31238. Yep, and west 06814 3. You can see we're just coming up to our cruising of 0.846. So I'm keeping one eye on that and one eye on here. And then waypoint 2 is 28217 west 06731 7. Oh, and there we go. We've just gone through it there. So we'll go max speed. The throttle should reduce slightly. This is now not doing anything. So that's good. We can just leave it in 320. That's waypoint 2 program. We'll do waypoint 3. 2705 0 west 06714 5. And then we'll do waypoint 4 as well. It's going to be north 22555 west 06621 2. There we go. That's all we can do for now. We're still using 5 and 6, and we'll do the rest when we can do them in a minute. You can see there the speed is holding itself nicely. We've got 158 on the EPR limit. It's going higher and higher because the temperature, as it drops as we get out, it's minus 15 now. The more it drops as we go up, the more throttle we're able to use. So that's nice. So we're able to use that a little bit more power. For optimum climbing rate, you can put the vertical selector in Mac. Oh yeah, to prevent the throttle back. Oh, you're right, to prevent it moving around. Good question. We're a little bit below what I was looking for, so I suppose as soon as we get there, like now, we'll go into that one. The throttle is just going to stay where they are now, aren't they? Yeah. And there we go. Good turn. Nice. Thank you. We'll use that. And waypoint 5, we've just gone through that. So tip 2. Cool. That's waypoint 5 in. Nice. A lot of waypoints on this route, so we've got to do sort of a continual reprogramming. When you're going across the Atlantic, you've probably got about the same number of waypoints or slightly less than this one. So the internal flights in these old 747s were quite a faff, I imagine. And then we're looking for 370, but yeah, we'll leave that in Mac. That's working quite well. Tell you what, the visuals for Xplane 12 are fantastic. I don't know about you, but I'm loving this. The United is still with us. I guess, is he going down to the Caribbean? He must be going down. He's off our right down there. Look, he's still sort of with us. And then of course we've got the Delta right behind us. So super. And there we go. Look, you can see we're just coming up to the top of these clouds as we get towards the top of our cruise. 340 there, and we're holding just around where we want to be. I've got set up here a step to flight level 390 coming through. Is it? Oh no, it's changed. We're going to be staying at 370 the whole way across, according to the flight plan. Based upon our, we'll have to have a look, but based upon our gross weight, if that drops to anything, like if it drops to lower than 246, we'll step to 380 and then 390, 235. That's quite a lot of fuel to burn there, so we'll see. It might not be worth it, so we might just have to level out at 370 and just stay there. Lovely. Very nice. Super. So, we'll give you some facts then about the Boeing 747. It was the first twin-aisle airliner, as it was just developed after the 707, which was still a single-aisle jet. It's the first jet to have the, we can actually look inside. It was the first one to have the sort of two aisles there with passengers in the middle and on the outside. I imagine they weren't too happy that they could no longer have windows, but not too bad, I suppose. I hope it's first class, so it's a little bit quieter up here. But yep, that's interesting. So one of the first to do that, and then in late sort of 1966, they were developing it. Pratt & Whitney agreed they would do the engines for the aircraft, which is the ones we've got on board today. These are the JT9Ds. They're pretty good engines, I guess. They're high bypass, so they're a turbofan. So even though they look pretty jet-like, they are actually slight turbofans, which is quite nice. nowhere near as big as the ones we get today, but pretty good for the time, which is quite nice. So we're losing a little bit less fuel than let's say the VC10, and we're going pretty quick. So the release of this aircraft kind of killed the VC10 in a way, which is quite sad, really. The only thing the VC10, or not the only thing, but the VC10 had a big advantage over the 747 in that it could land anywhere. These planes tend to really bump down the runway and stop whenever, 5 kilometers down the runway, whereas the 707 and not so much 707 actually, the VC10 could stop quite quickly. So, but after the high bypass turbofan of this one, the fuel economy costs came rocketing down, so it was quite a popular aircraft in that respect. 1968, it was rolled out, and it was the world's largest building that it was rolled out of, the Everett factory, and it first took flight in 1969. So quite an exciting year then. They had the space landing on the moon, and then they had the 747 being rolled out. So pretty amazing. And Pan Am in 1970 were the first receiving customers. So that's pretty cool. So we're flying, in sort of the first airline to receive the 747-200 variant. And there we are. We're level at 370. You can see because we've leveled off. Look, I've got to watch it here. I've got to do the speed now. You see we're accelerating slightly. I'm not paying attention. But yeah, it was initially powered by those Pratt & Whitney engines, and then General Electric rolled out their CF6, which you can actually mod the plane to have. I've done it for Xplane 11, but not particularly good. And then Rolls-Royce brought out the RB211 engines, which is pretty nice. Typically, this plane will sit about 366 people, which is, I don't know, that's pretty good with today's standards actually. So it's kept ahead for quite a while. Yeah, I've lost it there. I have to throttle back up. I'm trying to look for 846. There we go. There it comes. There it goes. There it goes. Bam. Not my problem anymore, or the throttle's problem. Right. So, it's it's pretty good. But in 1971, Boeing introduced the sort of more powerful engines for the maximum takeoff weight to be increased from the initial £735,000 to £833,000. So that's quite a big increase, and it meant the maximum range could go up to 6,500, which allowed it to fly rather than just JFK to Heathrow. It could fly down to the Caribbean or even further down to Rio de Janeiro in some cases. So quite a long way. But yeah, it's pretty nice. I don't really know. Wikipedia's run out of things to say. So yeah. So super. Right, we're in the cruise now. So in theory, we've got to put this to cruise mode in the EPR limiter to stop the engines over revving at any point. And you can put the EPR selector to Mach when you reach 0.84. Oh yeah. Oh, the actual. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah, we've got Mach on there. Yeah, and then I've slammed the auto throttle on. It's just trying to hold around there. The clouds are high today, aren't they? We're sat right on top of them, and we're at a cruising altitude. Quite high today. But I think I saw behind me there. I think I saw the Delta. Well, what altitude is that? Let's have a look. See, being nosy now. Yeah, 410. Very high up. The United to our right hasn't got a flight plan, unfortunately, but it looks like he took off from Newark. So I don't know where he's going, but he's parallel with us. I think he's going to Miami. We're on the airways that take us down to the Caribbean, whereas it looks like he's going to Miami. He's gone slightly right and is drifting away from us if I bring up the map. So we're losing the United. Look, he's going right. We're coming to the end of one of our airways. We're just doing a couple of directs now. But yeah, the United's heading off. We're continuing our route down. We're still on waypoint 67, and we're doing a ground speed of 485, which is pretty quick. Not bad. Not bad. Pretty speedy, 485. Not too bad. Lovely. As I said, I'm quite impressed. The clouds are quite high today. If you zoom out, look, we're really only just above them. I would normally, I mean, if you cruise at like 330, 350, which short haul aircraft do, that's certainly right inside the clouds, so we're barely above them. Anyway, into the back of the engineer, you can see then we're on his panel, he's not really got anything to do. The fuel heats are in auto because you can see the fuel temperature's coming down, but for him really now it's about watching that fuel used and the fuel left and the gross weight in 253, matching it with these charts and seeing what altitude we can step to as we go down. Across the Atlantic, of course, you can just step in the thousands, but then for here we want to make sure that we're doing in 2000 so that we stay on our odd flight level of cruising. So to go up to 390 in this case, we need to be 235.9 gross weight. So that's quite a lot to burn. We've got to burn about 20 tons of fuel before we can do that. But with 4 engines using fuel at the rate they're using, it shouldn't take too long. You can see there, it's interesting to look at the different fuel used. Of course, engine 4, engine 2, engine 3 have used more than engine 1. We started them earlier. But very accurate there. Oh, pardon me. Lovely. It's cruising nicely then. Xplane 12 graphics, I tell you what, I've been enjoying Xplane 12 a lot recently, and I know lots of people not a particular fan of it and say sort of Microsoft Flight Sim's better, but you know, this is a really realistic aircraft which we're flying, and I don't think they've got this kind of thing in Microsoft Flight Sim. But you know, I enjoy both. So if I'm going to fly the A320neo, I'd probably fly from Microsoft Flight Sim. But if I'm going to fly, you know, other aircraft, it might well be Xplane 11 or 12. So there's a real sort of both and both, to be honest. But for me, what really sets Xplane apart that I just find so much better is the fact that you can use the normal mouse. So the mouse you can see moving around the screen is just the normal mouse that you'd find, rather than having like the larger one that you sort of get in Microsoft Flight Sim. So that would be my main advantage. And then these iPads, these are pretty cool, the EFBs. We've got the Avitab on here. You can check out TNCM. See all the information about that. It's just quite a short little runway down at St. Martin. If we go into the performance calculator, we can go landing performance. You can see from the load sheet information we're going to need 2,300 meters of runway on the minimum auto brake, which is actually more than it can allow. So we'll have to slow down quite quickly. Well, you can see it's 0 feet, 2,200 meters. It's quite tight. The heading's, what is it? 100. I wonder what the winds are. I want to see how much runway we're going to use. We might have to go. I think we're going to probably go medium auto brake, but it'd be interesting to see. 1018 is the QNH. Yeah, it is QNH down at Juliana because it's inside. Yeah, it's used ICAO procedures because it's Dutch. So, yeah, that's what we get. Oh, look, 2,500. That's not good. What's the winds like? 070 at 9. Okay, we're going to use 2,500 meters of runway. Wow, that's not good. It's pretty much a zero slope on the runway. There's no real slope. It's at 0 feet with a 27 degree. Look, we're going to use 2,200 on the landing, and that would be if we were at flap 30, which we're going to be. So it'll be a medium auto brake landing. Don't want to run any risks here. Oh, there we go. The clouds have stepped down a bit there. We're now above them. Better. The stream title says Barbados. It does, doesn't it? Yeah. So yeah, sorry about that. I'll change it. But essentially, we were planning to go to Barbados. I was planning to go to Barbados, but my scenery, which I normally have an Xplane 11, that I thought would be fine in Xplane 12, decided not to play out. It didn't want to work essentially. So I put it to the Discord vote, and they all voted to go into Juliana instead. So we're going to be heading to Princess Juliana They're both default scenery, sort of the things like Barbados and Juliana, because I can't seem to find any scenery for them. So if they're both default, I guess the thinking is, should we go to the more exciting one, or more interesting one to land at? So yeah, we're having a crack at that. Should be interesting, I'm sure. If we go to the Avitab on here and have a look at the approach, our arrival, of course, is the Aluba one. We're coming in from Slugo. What's our final rate, actually? We should come shooting in from Slugo and then head towards Gabul, which I haven't actually seen before, so I want to check that, because normally from Slugo it would be, yeah, Aluba, but it looks like we're going to Gabul. Might check that. Let's just see. Yeah, Gabul sort of is before. With the Aluba one then coming in from Slugo, normally, yeah, so yeah, it's slightly off there. If I show you this, we're using normal Navigraph over here. Yeah, so normally, look, Gabul's not there, so we're just going to delete that. We won't use that as a waypoint that we're going to fly to. So if we go over on the slider, there we go. Get rid of Gabul. Move that. You can see, following the arrival now, look, we'll fly much better if we get PJM as well. From Slugo, we just follow the arrival in. Aluba 1 arrival. Now, the Aluba 1 arrival sort of overlaps slightly with the VOR Zulu we're going to use into 10. From Aluba, it begins. Open the chart for that one. And we go straight in. The descent, of course, is all managed by us, 2.98 degrees. It'll tell you the speeds, the vertical speed charts, which make 2.98. So we're going to be keeping a close eye on that and making sure we're not descending too steeply or too sharply. But it should be a good fun arrival, to be honest. Yeah, I'm glad you all voted to do that rather than Barbados. Barbados got a very nice airport, but it's got a very typical ILS. So you can see the amount of waypoints we used up on the departure there. We're then big spaces between waypoints now, so that's fine. But we're making good progress. Anyway, we'll go back to Xplane. Lovely. I guess we'll sit here. There's no instrument sort of panel to pop out in this plane because it's all analog, so you can't sort of grab and drag, as it were, in sort of like the Tollus that you do or whatever. So we're just going to be sat using this one. Oh, Daniel, I can see your photos in the Discords. That's very nice. It's a shame we see you as 330, but I guess, yeah. Nice. 350 in Xplane 12 is very, very nice. Super. Just check. The flight today we were doing is 1,400 miles. So quite a long way. Yeah, sorry, yeah, so not Barbados today, yeah. We're going to Juliana instead. I don't know, Barbados is quite nice, but Juliana's quite fun to land at. And it's, you know, we're going low over the beach, aren't we? We're in a 747-200, you know, we're doing the classic thing. Very nice. Super. And it's interesting sort of livery choices of Pan Am and things. They didn't paint the engines, so they're just, of course, in their default silver colour, which is actually very nice to look at. I quite like it. I'm a fan. So I'm trying to manoeuvre the view here. Got that. It's amazing the noise difference compared to downstairs in business. That's quite loud because of course the engine is much closer, whereas that is a lot quieter up here in the upper deck. Interestingly, if we go on a little ride around the plane, up here, look, the really curved there, really not much space. But this is sort of normally I think it was used as the lounge, but still very nice. There's the emergency escape hatches, not normally used up here, I don't think. And then if we shoot down the beautiful spiral staircase, we're into a look, a nice galley there. So there's business class, and then up here is first class. And the lounge is upstairs. They got their own little bar, look. Isn't that nice? And then right in the nose of the plane, so they've got a screen showing a film. Ah, they're playing a proper film. I assume that's something cool. Nice. Oh, and then we're outside. Right in the nose of the plane here, because there's no flight deck, I suppose, but it's an interesting seating arrangement to be sort of jammed right up in the front of the plane here. That's quite cool. I like that though, having the single TV in the middle. It's pretty cool. Economy had nothing. There's the spiral staircase. If we continue back then, so this is business class. Yeah, looking very nice. Yes, yes. Very nice, all doing work, I assume, and then coming back. There's a lot of wine on board this plane. There's more there as well. There's a lot of wine. Wow. Okay. And then economy into the as they call clipper class. A lot of economy, going 3 cabins worth-ish, with toilets in the middle. This is how they've got the 300 people in also. See, the noise gradually increases as we get further back. Right outside the engines here, in this view, it's loud. But if we continue back, it gets a little bit quieter. And here the cabin then starting to come in a little bit, starting to get a tad narrower as we get towards the back of the plane. So you can see there, if we look down from here, it curves really in at the back there, and that's why the seats shuffle across. Look, in these 2 rows, the seats are off-centered slightly, and at the back they've actually had to go for 2 seats and then off-center those 2 seats. So it really gets quite narrow down at the back here for the passengers. But yeah, and then there's no galley at the back. No galley? I wonder why. But the big door. Well, alright, let's shoot back. Let's increase the speed slightly. Let's shoot back up front. We're coming back. Yep, the spiral staircase. Well, through the spiral staircase and up into first class. Nice little tour of the plane there. There's not really sort of much, entertainment or whatever. That's it's, I suppose, these older aircraft didn't really have it. And then it's quite sort of sparse here. Do you know what I mean? I assume there's something else they just hadn't added. Felis hadn't added in, but yeah. And then into the flight deck. Yeah. We are in a cloud. That's quite a big cloud, actually. We're sat 37,000 feet. We're right in it. I wonder what our gross weight is. Just thinking if we can climb. We can't get away with it. We have to stay where we are. Minus 29 air temperature outside on the skin. I suppose we should probably turn on the wing anti-ice. If you have a look on the outside view, doesn't look like there's anything forming, shouldn't really be. There's a bit of water and things there. Flick them on. Probe heaters and window heats are on, that's what really is important. So, as long as they're on, I think we're alright. You see it's got all the washers and the wipers on the plane here. You shouldn't really use them at 37,000 feet, but it's working quite well. Nice. And then no sun visor for the pilots. Nothing. It's you just got to wear sunglasses, I guess. I mean, that's no harm. Look pretty cool. Aha. Aha. The emergency escape hatch. So it opens up and slides back there. Oh, cool. It's oxygen regulators. Right. You can see there the cabin altitude, we said it's 38,000 feet. It's just sat at 6,000 feet there, with the differential pressure is quite high. So that's why you have to pressurize it. Yeah, to keep the aircraft low pressure. The difference in pressure grows the higher up you are, and so I'll be all like that. But that's why the higher you go, it has to be pressurized slightly higher, and that's why the A350 is quite an impressive little plane, because it can go up to 41,000 feet as we've got back there, yet still be pressurized at the same sort of level that we're at now. So it's got quite a tough fuselage, and that's using the composites that's been able to do that. That and the 787, but the 787 can't quite do it as well as the 350. But yep, that's the impressive little feat of engineering on the 350. Nice, we're holding speed nicely actually. Yeah, we've got controls here, look. There's a second set of INS here, and then a third set over here as well. It only follows, the aircraft follows the A or B INS system, so if I went to B now, and on the INS of his side, you can see we're way off course, because it's not, it still thinks it's going 0 to 1. It doesn't follow through. Anyway, we can do some reprogram, I think. Yeah, we can. One more, can we? 220, yeah, one more. 0.6. Thank, which is 2176 west 066032. Nice. 8.6 in. Super. And I feel they're coming down nicely. It'll use the external ones first and start to work its way in. Slight imbalance in the fuel there, but that's fine. We've got the cross feeds open and the centre tank is empty. So you can see there the field diagram's quite good there. We've got 1, 2, 3 and 4 engines, and then the external wing tanks here are feeding 4 and 1 straight away. So engines 1 and 4 feed off 1 and or number 1 of 4 tanks from the outside. Makes sense. But then interestingly, this little diagram here, look, you can see that's why I opened up this cross-feed valve. So if I shut this, the engine will continue to run because there's fuel in this tank. If there were to run out of fuel in this tank, this cross-feed valve allows fuel to flow out of number 2, round the cross-feed system and into engine number 1. Going out through this cross-feed system, these two in the middle, which we can close, that's to level the fuel between the 2 tanks in the middle. You see the diagram, out, round, and in to these 2, so that levels the fuel between these. And then these outside ones allow the fuel to flow from this tank into this tank and into that engine. So when later on during the flight these tanks run out, we'll have engine 1 and 4 being powered by fuel tanks 2 and 3, who are also powering 2 and 4. And then if in a case of emergency, we can close the fuel valve from here, which will of course shut down the engine, so we don't do that. And then normally there'd be the centre wing tank, which is used straight away as priority. So if we had fuel in the centre tanks, if we were slightly heavier, say, we'd open up the cross-feed valves and have the fuel going from the centre tanks into engine 2 and 3, and also into engine 4 and 1, and it would use centre tank first. So it's got a little bit of automation, the plane, to be able to use these different tanks preferably. But it's still down to the flight engineer to be checking everything and running through all. But then, yeah, as I sort of briefly mentioned when we were on the ground, the most interesting thing is really that the air-fed hydraulic systems. That's quite interesting that it should have that. I mean, you know, in aircraft now they've got hydraulic systems set off the electrics, which is why when you lose the engines, you still lose the lose the hydraulic power unless you have the rat or whatever. But the interesting thing is, yeah, that you can have the rat just drop out and have electrical power, whereas in this we need air pressure to run it. So that would have to be the APU in this case. So I wonder why they went for that choice. If you know the Boeing engineers, do ask them. It's an interesting question I'd like to ask. You know, what made you go for the air system? I wonder. It works well. It just means in emergency you have to get that APU straight on, the bleed air on, and shut off the pack systems. Get the oxygen on for the passengers, so that you then have maximum pressure coming through for your hydraulic systems. Whereas in a modern aircraft, you drop out the rat, and it would give you, the little propeller under the plane, the rat, and it would give you enough power to keep the hydraulics alive, whilst you started up the APU to get you that more electrical power. So, an interesting choice. I think it's slightly more dangerous in my opinion, because if the APU doesn't start, say, and there's a problem, which there often is with these planes, it's a small little engine at the back of the APU, it can be quite unreliable sometimes. And then also, because you're relying on the air pressure rather than a generator, if the pipes are slightly old, I don't know, and they break maybe, say, then you've got no air pressure. The same could be said for a generator, it might not clunk out, but you could drop the rat out and that's a bit easier. So yeah, that's quite an interesting choice there. But it does mean, of course, when you sat on the ground, yeah, the APU can run them from the air pressure rather than from the electrics. It's quite a weak APU on this plane. I wonder if they went for the air pressure because as a weak APU it wouldn't be able to power the electrics to run the hydraulics in that scenario, whereas the air pressure it produces, if you shut off the packs, can run it. I wonder if that's maybe their logic. Yeah. We're out of the clouds again. Look, we're nice and high up above the clouds now. Got high altitude then low altitude clouds we've got going on. And you can see that our direct sort of took us across the waypoints there. And then we're heading down this airway. So we're making good progress. Following from a map then, we're well into New York Oceanic airspace. New York Oceanic goes a long way out. Longitude-wise, it goes, or latitude-wise, sorry, it goes level with Greenland. So it comes right out the New York Oceanic airspace. Very nice. Super. Right, well, let me just do we could do some maths here, to be clever. So, we have, till we're sort of getting close to where we need to be doing stuff, waypoint picture, which I've programmed in, so we're all good. Distance-wise, nope. Distance-wise, we have, let's add it up, so, one leg worth is 253 miles. We've then got another one in between, slightly shorter. That is... Oh no, don't want that. Go away. There we go. 78 miles. And then another one. That is 185 miles. And then another one that is 166 miles. One below, and then the one we're on currently, we can have a look inside the INS. And see that distance time-wise we've got 76 miles to go, giving us a total of oh, I've got to get my calculator now. 185 to 66. We unfortunately don't have an EFB, so we can't just go how long till this waypoint. We've got to do it a bit manually. Got 755 miles to run. We're doing 72 in, let's call it 75 in 9 minutes. So, if I record 755, if we do 75 divided by 8 minutes, we're doing 9 miles every minute. So 9 miles in a minute. We do 755 divided by the 9.375 in a minute, and that gives us 80 minutes of flight time until we have to start doing stuff. Good. You can see, yeah, it does. Yeah, it does help to do some of the old mathematics. So 80 minutes till we have to start doing stuff. So that'll be at about 3:50ish. We'll return, and we should at that point just be popping into San Juan's airspace. And we'll be north of San Juan at that point, heading through sort of Thank, and then from there we go transiting all the way across the airspace to Slugo, where we then have to start doing stuff. And our descent point would be just after Thank, so we'll be looking out for that. It's sort of distance-wise, it is 146 miles before Slugo. So we need to highlight that a little, make sure we know where we're descending from. That's of course according to SimBrief. Now SimBrief could be a little bit dodgy, so we might want to check that. Alright. Well, we're enjoying a cruise here. Well, just check through. We're 55 miles to waypoint 9, and we've programmed up waypoint 6. We did waypoint 6, didn't we? Yep, we did. We can do waypoint 7 now as well. I didn't realise we'd sort of made quite good progress. Slugo, which is 18234 west, 06340. And then we're not going to do waypoint 8 because it's not relevant. It's a waypoint that we don't want to be using, so we won't be doing that. Because on our arrival wise, the TNCM from our arrival at Aluba 1, I already had it open, my bad. From Slugo, we're just going to follow that heading of 160, which we'll just get programmed up so I know it's there. We'll just be doing a 160 heading that will roughly take us on, because from that point we'll have 13.0 St. Martin, and we'll then just fly the VOR Zulu. That's the plan. You can see, actually, I might be slightly wrong there, actually. I might have got that completely, because there's Gabol, actually. So it is used on the VOR approach, but it's not used on the Aluba 1 arrival. So maybe from Slugo we do go to Gabol, because then we're going to be using that turn. Okay, that's interesting. There's sort of a conflict there between the two charts. Well, I'll tell you what, if we use that one, we'll have a 318 radial we'll be flying towards from the 113. .0. So we'll be flying towards that radial. When we get to the, what is it, from J, 31.8. Oh no, that's the direction. What was the distance? 10 nautical miles. We'll then begin a right hand turn, following it round, and when we find the 096, we're then on the Aluba 1 arrival. There we go. And that'll put us nicely on it. Lovely. Very nice. That is going quite well. Oh, we've got an American going the opposite direction to us. Cool. Apart from that, it is just us, and we are cruising along. We've got ground speed now, 486, so we're going quite well. For a little old bird, it's doing nice bit of speed. Super. Making good progress. Right. I am going to step out then of this flight deck here for about 40 minutes-ish, which sounds like a while, but we're not really doing anything. It's cruising along nicely. I'm going to leave us in good faith. Oh, we've got a drop in change in pressure there. It's going to step slightly. I'll leave us with a beautiful view in the back of the aircraft looking out over the clouds. Just check it's stabilised up in the flight deck. It's doing its thing. 370, all is good. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, I'll catch you all in a bit. Thanks very much for flying along with us, and I will see you in a minute. Oh, what's the clock up, sorry. It wants me to be specific when I get back. I'm just doing some maths here. Hold on. I'm setting out the timer wants me to make sure what I'm doing stuff for. So, tell you what, to make it easier for me, why don't we pop up for 5 minutes and then pop up 5 minutes. Oh, no, pop up for 30 minutes. So that I don't have to do. Yeah. Oh, and Daniel, make sure you check ready back. That's interesting. Yeah, well there you go then. We'll come back in 30, do a quick check and then hop out for another one. You're right. Good choice. Right, do that. Or I could do that. Right. My genius. No. So, the countdown timer. Look at this. This is quite good. It's amazing how long it takes to sort this stuff out. Right, there we go. Oh, look at that. It's blue on a blue sky. That was clever. Can I change the colour? Yes. We could make it more interesting, more dynamic, sort of more go red. There you go. They're not the same colour, are they? That's quite annoying. They're really not the same colour. Oh well. Alright. Lovely. We're cruising along nicely then. Yeah. The lighting's changed. We're burning some fuel. In the Pan Am 747. What a nice plane. What's the local time down here? I think it's still early in the morning. We've got a clock on the plane. No. Oh, there. Well, it's 13:38 GMT. I think it's quite early in the morning over here in where we are. the JFK vicinity. Super. Lies, Blobfish, or Rex? Sorry, what's lies? $9:38. There you go. See, somebody knows. $9:38. Must be better. this. Let's change it. There we go, they're now the same colour. Ooh. Nice. Sorry, that's I'm messing around with this text here. Nope, not that. Ooh, there we go, that one. Right, put it. Ooh, not there. Oh, okay, it wants to go there. This one does not want to go there. There we go. Okay. See that? Look, that could be a real image on the background there, couldn't it? It says Pillow back in 20 minutes. Pillow is here. UTC-5. Yeah, you're right. Pillow is here, and I did say I'd be back. I have lied. Kafuzzle, greetings. Hello. Kafuzzle, nice to see you in the chat. Welcome. UTC-5. Yeah. Oh, can we hop in the front? Rex, do you use have you started using Xplane 12 yet, or are you still going strong with Xplane 11? DCS move 24 to work. Might just Vatsim with it. Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. DCS, of course, always great. We're holding very nicely here. What's our 247? 247. Oh, we're getting near. Well, we can sort of maybe step to 380 in a bit. But well, we'll hang on for now. You're on 12, yeah. Okay. It's good, isn't it? I'm enjoying it a lot. Just looking out that window there, that looks really realistic. Those engines are looking amazing. You should be able to watch this in HD if you're on anything, to be honest. If you can't, that's my bad. But you should be able to. I can hear myself now. Nice. Tell you what, I'm gonna see if I can during my little break here. It was on 12 before. You were on 12, good sir. Oh, sorry. Yeah, no, I know you probably were. I couldn't remember. Good. Well, I'm glad then, anyway. It's good, isn't it? It's good. Yeah, it is good. Wait for the TBM 900. Oh, that's a fan. You're a fan of the TBM, aren't you? That plane, the TBM 900. I don't know why you're such a fan of it. I should probably get. I don't need to have the countdown timer if I'm staying here, do I? I can get rid of that. The TBM 900. Stay with the airline is so much more fun. More to do, you know. I say that as there's not really much to do, apart from check the generators. There's nothing from the APU or the external power. That's, we can just. I mean, yeah. Look at the DCs. Oh look. That's producing some. That's nice. Yeah, there's really not much to do. What's the temperature in the cabin? I've forgotten how I found that one out. Look at that. Oh, it's a little bit cold up for the people in the front. Look, down at just under 19, whereas it's hot in economy. Upper decks, that's first class, it's like 17. Zone 1 is business class. 2, 3, and 4 are economy. So economy is actually fairly good, but it's business class. Look, that's warm. That is. Maybe we should do that manually. Let's turn that down. see if we can turn. Oh no, I've done it for all of them. Oh no. Just leave it in normal. I won't delve into the, you know, the air conditioning. Monolands fly themselves. That's why I like GA. Land at much smaller. You could. Roy McLeod, hello. Wagwan, hello. Yes, seen that. Nice to see you. They can land at much smaller airfields, actually. GA, you're right. That would be better. Can you speed up? Well, that's would be nice, wouldn't it? But we're sat right at the limit here. We're going pretty quick. 0.842. It's hovering on 0. The chart we're looking for 0.846. Rough, yeah, there. Well, no, yeah, 846 on the right there. But it's struggling to keep up, so we're sticking in there. Delve into the air conditioning. Ah, yes. Yeah. I did actually, the checklist, when we went through earlier with the guy on the checklist, he actually said on the, was it, I can't remember which one it was, I think it was the before, yeah, there you go, he actually went air conditioning controls, check and set, and they weren't set, I just overrided him. Really? Reverse thrust as well? Please. Damn, that's 1500 feet, that is short. We're going to be... No time acceleration, yeah. I know, we can't cheat. We can't cheat, can we? We can't cheat. We would, not that we would normally, you know, of course not. But, yeah. Now Rex, you fly the 747 or the Boeing aircraft more than I do. I'm sure you can give us an explanation, but why does the gear have the down, up and off? I know it's I think it's to do with hydraulics, it stops it from falling down, am I right? But then the sort of question is raised, why don't the Airbus ones have them? So if you know, do let me know, because it's always intriguing. On the checklist he tells us to do it, and then it never really happens. So, no. We could turn on the anti-ice, I suppose. Looking at the temperature outside, it's minus 28. The actual temperature is minus 58, but the friction means we're getting a little bit more heat. If anything, I should slow down and get the stream to last for longer. Ah, yeah, that's so kind. No, on a 3-hour flight, that's boring, man. Anything longer than 2 hours is too long to just be sat here. I'll be leaving in a minute to go do stuff and then come back. Looks like we haven't got any ATC online down in TNCM. There's some stuff on. There's a DC-6 landing currently. It should be good fun when we get these, when we come down in the 350 and 747. Going along nicely. We could go on another look around the cabin, I suppose, shouldn't we? What favourite type of bread? That's interesting question, Mr. McLeod. There's some good types of breads out there. Look at that, that's quite realistic. Standard airworthy certificate. I'm glad they put that on there. It shows care to the detail. There's the fire extinguishers, spare bulbs. Oh wow. Not sure when I'd be using them particularly, but that's fair enough. What's down here? Can I click this? Oh, I can. Turn on the oxygen and everything. You know the reason, not because of the Boeing, but because of the MiG-21. There's manual gears. If you leave it up, the hydraulic fluid stay open. Oh wow, leak fluid. Oh wow. Stay open. Wow, fair enough. What is your type of favourite? What's your favourite type of bread? That's a very good question. I don't know. There's some good ones, aren't there? I mean, you know, what is there? Sourdough. That's always quite good. Olive bread. I mean, you know, that's also a good type of bread. There's lots. I mean, we don't need oxygen. No. No, that's actually a good question. No, fortunately not. I didn't switch that on, did I? I don't think. That's good. If I'd have switched that on, we'd have had a problem. I think it goes into like emergency mode, so we don't particularly want to do that. Look at this. First class. Very nice. No cockpit down here, so we're at, right at the front of the nose of the plane. With a nice TV program. I think that's Space Odyssey, 2001 Space Odyssey, I think. I think that's what it is. I think Felis was a fan of it, and so he put that in. Nice window. It's a good view. It's a good view. It's a shame you can't see the engines. Of course, in reality, you want to see as much view as possible, but it's nice. If you don't use oxygen, you get very sleepy passengers who won't cause trouble. That's very true. That's good. Where did all the passengers go? That's also a very good question. I forgot the passenger. I hope not. I hope not. But it would. Maybe they're just all, I don't know, in the toilet. Let's just say they could just be somewhere. They're just not here. We could go find them. Just, you know, hide and seek down the plane here. They're not there or there. There's a lot of wine for not many passengers. I think I said that already, but there's a... Crikey, that is a lot of wine. Damn. Gee. Pillow hijack. No, I didn't. You know, the plane was parked there. You ated them. All of them. Can we go in these toilets? That toilet is quite exposed. Like, you know, I don't know if you're self-conscious about going to the loo, but like, you know, you walk in, everyone can see you, and then it's like right there, and then it's like, yeah, I don't know. Do you know what I mean? All the wine is for the pilot. Of course. Oh whoa, there's nothing there. Okay, we'll just leave that. Just go around. Pillow alcoholic. If I was in first class, you'd drink like 3 bottles of wine. That's very true. But then, you know, looking back here in like economy class, you know, it's still a lot of wine. But you're right, yeah, in first class. Yeah. What is this stuff? That German wine. Man, that's bad. Vida. Is that a K? Yeah, Keller. K. That's German. That's not good wine. What's this? Again, same thing. Not good. I think that's champagne. So clouds up to 41,000 feet. Wow, that is pretty high. Yeah. I mean, there, look. Oh, I'll go back inside. Leaning out the window there. There is still clouds above us. And we're 37 here, so we're pretty high. But yeah, 41. Wow. It's a good view of the engine there. From underneath the wing. It's quite good. Why is it German? That's a good question. American airline using German wine. I don't know. I genuinely don't know. But it is, isn't it? It is indeed German. Ah, this is taking too long. I want to get up quicker. Let's go back to the cockpit. Meow. Yeah, that's speed. Shoot across. There's the spiral staircase once more. Oh, I can slow down the speed now. But you're right, why is it German? I don't know. I don't know who would pick that. Look at that. Up into the lounge, as Pan Am called it, at the top of the plane. In their original version of the plane, Pan Am actually had a rather than the seats up here, but safety considerations said they had the seats. But rather than seats, they had a sofa across the back of the cabin. Oh, there's a curtain here. I wonder what's behind the curtain. Ooh, what's this? Oh, it's a toilet. Oh, how nice. They had a sofa across the back of the cabin, and then they had a cocktail bar in the middle, and sofas down the outside, and sort of curtains, full drawback curtains across the windows. So it was a proper, a lounge. That was the plan. You see that joke, Mr. Biodegradable Cup? That is awful. German wine, that is the worst. No people. You're right, there are no people. Maybe it's just me on board. Maybe it is. Maybe I'm doing this. We're just flying down. I could have sworn. Load calculator. On board. Look, in theory, we had I think it's 295 passengers on board. They're just not there, are they? I don't know where they've gone. There you go, 295 passengers and 16 crew. But yeah, they have all gone. Now, this one is interesting. This is the balance of the plane, I believe. That's really unbalanced. No, that can't be the balance of the plane. That must be something else. Reposition flight? Could well be. Could well be. Maybe it is. 254. We could go to 380, but I don't think we're allowed to because of our direction of flight. We're going. Which way are we going? We're going west, I think. Yeah, we are. So, or east, actually east. Just. So, yeah, that'll be why we're at 370, I think. What? It must have been quite a large meal. I didn't eat the passengers. My God, is Pillow Pilot merch produced without child labour? I'll have to check. I'd hope so. Wait, I've got to check the. Actually, let me just check the link and see. I'll have to check. I don't actually know. I hope. Of course, we hope so. You know, I fully hope so, and I'm sure it is. It's produced by a very reliable company, Teespring. In fact, I've got the coffee mug myself. I would recommend that. It's a very good mug, high quality. So if you're thinking of the merch, go for that. It's very good. The T-shirts are also good. So if you're thinking of that, do try it. Yeah, there's some good merch. I think it is produced without. Daniel, you've got passengers, have you? Oh, nice. I have not. No. When you're in the cockpit, they're in their seats, and when you're out the cockpit, they're in the cockpit. That's true. Someone's got to fly the plane. All 295 of them. Yes. So if you go on there, I'll do some. We can have a look at. So we have a look at the merchandise whilst we're here going through a cloud. Let's pop it out. Here we are. I'll tell you what, actually, so that I can still see Xplane in the background. I'll just go like that. Here we are at the Pillow Pilot store. These are the products I'd recommend to you. The mug is amazing. The T-shirt in black with the logo doesn't look so good, I'll be honest. So probably steer clear of that. I would suggest the pillow is quite good. If you're looking for a good pillow, there's two styles. Both of them are very good. The hoodie is also a fan of mine. I haven't got it myself, but I've heard good things. The mug is very good. The mask, if you still need it at this time, you can certainly try that. So the mask is good. You'd be considered East, yeah. There are like 240 of them in the bathroom. Yeah, yeah. They're hiding from us, aren't they? They are. The pillow pilot. Yes. The Pillow Pilot pillow. Well, yeah, it's called the Pillow Pilot. Ooh. That's a naming error there. Anyway, you can try the uniform as well. What else is there? Oh, there's some good stuff. There's some good stuff there. Face mask, drinkware. That's good. Oh, there's a link. Ah. I did this a while ago. There you go. There's a Pillow Pilot Instagram. Nice. I think I can sign into that. That's good. So if you want to check out, there's Pillow Pilot Instagram, there's the Discord and the merchandise store. All there. It's all there if you want it. Nice. How's the flight going? Just for like the Pillow Pilot pillow for pilots who like pillows. That's exactly it. You've hit the nail on the head there. That must be what it's for. We're about halfway, thankfully. That makes sense. We've used about half our fuel. Lovely. We're right at the clouds. This is sad. It'd be nice to be above the clouds. You see, like, if you go up here, we're above the clouds. And then there's our plane. There it is. In the clouds. Nice. We're making good progress, as I said. We're going right down over the Atlantic now. We are, if I bring up over the map here so you can see where we are, as you can see, coming down from New York down to the Caribbean. We're right over sort of Western Atlantic there, doing good progress. They are the small Hamilton Islands off to our left here, of Bermuda, as it tells you there. But that's... we've not been to Bermuda before. Let's open the airport information. What we got? It's got one runway, 2,900 meters. Well, that's pretty good going. That's the main terminal. We might have to fly there. The Hamilton Islands. Anyway, as I said, we're making good progress. The flight is coming along nicely. Wow, Daniel's at 41,000 feet and has got clouds up where he is as well. So there's a lot of them. Once he's got private flights, I'll buy a pillow pilot pillow so I can make my pillow pilot planes. I like that. Brilliant. Brilliant. Good choice, Rex. That sounds good. The clouds are high today. We're right in them. We're really in them there. Wow. Look at that. It's a good view out of the wing, but it's a shame with the clouds. It's quite cool though, because we're sort of... It almost feels like we're like descending. We're in the descent, and yet when you look down, you can't see the sort of ground. We're so high, so it's really amazing. I mean, 38,000 feet. We're really high in meters. I'm actually having to Google it there. Yeah, 11.5 kilometers high. We're high up here. So yeah. Nice. Captain information chef's notes. The taxi time, 15 minutes. Well, to be honest, when we land at the other end, we got a backtrack, but that's, as I said, that's sort of barely any taxiing, so that's pretty good. Actually, yeah, the backtrack at the other end, that should be quite fun. We haven't streamed it for a while, but I do normally control at Princess Juliana, so it'll be nice to land there rather than be the ATC. Yeah, so if we're landing, if we land, we use like 1,700 meters of runway. We'll be coming to a stop, sort of round that turning pad there. It's not large enough for the 747, that one. It's for GA aircraft only, so we're going to have to go down towards the end, spin around at the end, and then shoot back out at Charlie. Alpha, Bravo, Delta, Echo, and Foxtrot are not heavy entrances, only Charlie is, so unfortunately so. We'll have to shoot off at Charlie. So we'll be quick on our little taxi background. Yep. Nice. And then we're just hovering just under 0.85. We're not allowed to exceed 0.85 Mach. That's our sort of no-go speed. But not bad. So yeah, no more than 0.85. So as you can see there, it doesn't go above 0.85 because here, yeah, 0.85 or 330 knots, whichever one's lower, is the do not exceed speed. So yep, we just got to hover just below that a little bit. You need to stream running ATC so I can come back to bother you. The traffic pattern. Oh, goodness me, that's bringing back bad memories. The traffic pattern at Juliana, it's not too hard. I just using when you're doing GA planes, it's quite a difficult task normally. So that's brilliant. Yep. You do come back, and when you come back and feel free to do an IFR flight. I mean, you know, that's so much easier. But no, yeah, if you'd like to do that, yeah, go for it. Nice. You will die speed. I see I'm the worst. It's so slow. It's like going round. Got like a massive 747 trying to land. Bimbling around in the pattern. You never stream ATC, so I don't know how to do it. You're right, I need to start streaming ATC more now, don't I? I'd have gained my license back. I lost it because I didn't do it for so long. I have actually got it back on provisional, so we could stream. We could stream that. Lovely all. Right, I am going to pop out the flight deck now. Then you make me hold. Yeah, can you do 2 left 360s, please? That's the traditional response. It's not God. It's not rocket science. No, but it's not rocket science. But we don't. For GA aircraft, don't want to make them hold. Whereas in I've lost my words here. Whereas I was going to say in IFR aircraft, it's much easier. So, and yeah, GA, we'll get you in. Fastest to become a real controller than one of Vatsim. He's probably not wrong. So you sign up for ATC Vatsim UK. Yeah, good choice. I mean, it's UK is super cool, but I think our priority. I get it. Yeah. And no, you might eventually start. I think what I did is I've gone down to the Caribbean. I did my training, and then now I think if I check, I can actually apply for a transfer. Yeah. I'll have to come back and have a look when I get back in a minute after lunch. But I think I can apply for a transfer. Yeah. I've updated all the stuff. But yeah, I am on there somewhere, probably down near the bottom, but I think I'm on there. Oops, I'm no longer on there. Oh, weird. I'm still on the, oh, let me check. What do I? It's gone. Anyway. Right, I will be... a 5-day waiting list, it does, doesn't it? Right, I'll be back in a bit, guys. Thank you very much, and I will see you in a minute. I'll leave you on a nice wing view. But I'll be keeping an eye on the map. So, see you in a bit, guys, and have a nice time. Bye. Hello, sorry that took a while, I was getting some food, bits and bobs, and then I was sorting out some filing and stuff. But I'm back, super. Let's get us all sorted. Ugh. Super. Guten Abend. Right. Okay, hello. What are we up to? Where are we? Oh, oops, I bumped the rudder there. My bad. Waypoint 3 to 4. Look, I'm making progress. Right, I better program in waypoint 7 we've got, which is Slugo. And waypoint 8 we want to put in as Abigail, so we'll put that in 18135 west 06324 5. Lovely. That's just done. Right. Close that. And got that here. Look at that lovely plane. Check on the Google map, or the map. Okay, we've got Delta right behind us. Super. What's your mother language? Oh yeah, no, it is English. I just do a little bit of German on the side, you know, just a little bit to be able to keep my my global status. You know, worldly man, as it were, you know. How much is INS drift? That's a very, very good question. I hadn't considered that actually. We haven't got any. Our route means we haven't really got many VORs we can use. What's that one? Hold, I have a plan. Let's see if I can pick up a VOR anywhere nearby. Let's have a look. See what we got. So there's San Juan 114. Yeah. Almost 3 decimal times. Let's try that. No. Okay. Yeah, INS drift. Then it looks like not too much. Looking at Navigraph, we're still on the route a little bit, so not much has occurred actually, which is fortunate because we have no way of updating it. So yeah. Super, we're looking at about 30 minutes till descent. So ATC wise, Port-au-Prince controllers online. He's a little bit to the west of us. But we're looking at a little bit. No ATC. That's a shame. There's so much in the UK. My God, everything is online. It is funny. Like the sort of levels of of busyness. It's always so busy in the UK. It's amazing. Looks like there's an event on at Manchester. It's really busy. Don't know why it's so busy at at Manchester, but it is. Everyone's going, yeah, all over the place. It's just busy. Wow. Oh well, I guess so. Whereas it's not too bad up here. The clouds have gone, and we are truly cruising. This is sort of Caribbean weather now. This is what I was expecting when I said we were flying down to you know, Saint Martin. This is the kind of weather we were looking for. Nice. Because these two don't do anything, I'm setting one position, so I can just have a look at where we are. And then this one to the wind, so we can have a look. We've got 268 at 46 knots. It's quite a lot, but 268, where's that coming from? It's coming from sort of a... It's coming across us slightly from our right, so that's not too bad. Event at Manchester is tomorrow. Manchester, they call it. Do some circuits when we get there. Oh no. Some circuits, no. I flew the other day. I flew actually from Juliana to London Heathrow, and I struggled to get off the ground in this thing. It used up a lot of runway, and then the turn was very close. So I think I'll try and land and not have to do the takeoff. It's so crazy. We're making good progress though. We've got an aircraft behind us going to JFK as well that took off. And there's an aircraft going to TGSJ following the same route, and behind him another one. It is very much the route we've taken is the route down to San Juan. There's a lot of traffic that comes in from Juliana actually. Nice. So we're just coming up to Prcha, Prcha. So we're making good progress. Right. It's funny when we were flying TGO and everything else each other on Friday. Yeah, yes, yeah. I went and actually found you on Slivery. We were, weren't we? We were flying quite close. Fortunately, just coincidence. Quite cool. So interestingly, the fuel here, you can see how much smaller the number 1 and number 4 tanks are. Like they're much higher on the bar level, but a lot less costly. So we're getting to the fuel. We only got 26 tons of fuel left now. And we weigh 235, so we actually weigh enough to step up to flight level 390. Should we do a step? We could do a step. Why don't we do a step up to 390 for a bit of fun? So, there's sort of different ways of doing this. I'm not particularly sure on the official procedure. I just like to go like that and leave it in VNAV mode, altitude select, and it should start to creep up to just under 500 feet per minute. The engines might have to increase throttle a little bit. There we go, a little bit more. And we're just going to gently step up to the next flight level. We'll make a call on Unicom to let them know what we're doing. Unicom Clipper 552 Juliet is stepping from flight level 370, flight level 390. Clipper 552 Juliet. It's funny because we're quite a long way from any land at the moment. The only real person that can hear us, I think, is probably Daniel, who's watching the stream, I think. So he's probably, I think, yeah, we look like we're a long way from anyone, so I think it's probably only him. He's still at 41,000. We're going down. We're out of gas. Hopefully not yet, hopefully not yet. We could be getting there. Nice. Oh. Yes. Daniel, he's messaged me, he heard us. So yes. It is just us out here. Probably. Super. Just opening. I'm just opening the charts here for Juliana, because we're coming into San Juan's airspace soon, in about 10 minutes. So I don't think there's any controllers online. They often might hop on later. I mean, it's still quite early in the morning. I think it's 5 hours. It's 10 o'clock-ish or something like that. It's not too early, but it's fairly early, you know. Oh yeah, against Code of Conduct. Well, that yeah, I don't know. It might be. I don't know. I would presume probably not. Or no, I presume probably is. Sorry, but I was flying across the Atlantic the other day and getting halfway across, and there's this guy just keying up on the mic. I think James Asian might have said that. It was funny. It's yeah, United 781 might have heard it. He might have done. But we were out in the middle of the ocean. He was playing I Spy with My Little Lie with the other pilots, because there's nobody online. There's only about sort of 5 of us in the same vicinity. It's quite so you know, because the radios are limited, you can have your own little conversation sometimes. I wouldn't recommend doing it in London's airspace or whatever, you know, right in the centre. But maybe out on the outskirts, you could get away with it. There we go. We're stepping up through 8380. We're continuing to go. Pilot Aaron, hi. How you doing? Lovely. Just coming up through that 380 there, and there we go. Just land into TMCA in the PMDT 747 from PHNL. Oh, brilliant. Nice. PHNL, that's a long way away. Honolulu. Wow, man, that's a long flight. Nice one though. Good job. This is only a quick run down the coast for us. Right. 9 miles-ish till we go through 5, and I think 5. Oh, we got an alert. Don't know what that is. I think it's just we're getting close to the waypoint. And there we go. We're entering into San Juan airspace. We're going to be continuing on to Thank, which is I think it's about another 20 miles further, and then we're going to be making a big left-hand turn heading towards Sligo, which is a 228-mile run, during which we will begin our descent. As we aim to cross Sligo, no altitude restriction, but we need to be down at Aluba around 3,000 feet. So, you know, we've got to sort of kind of judge it ourselves, really. But we're going to start descent about halfway through from Thank, and it'll be about 1,800 feet per minute down. It'll take us nicely along. Good. That's the plan. And we're just continuing that step up to 390. So just let it continue to rise. Sorry, I missed the chat slightly there. You got dash 225. Oh, nice. I did an overnight flight. World tour. Oh, very cool. From TNCM to EHAM. Oh, tomorrow. Very. Oh wow, cool flight. I might fly tomorrow. I'm doing lots of revision at the moment. I've got some exams coming up, so streaming wise it's quite difficult to find a slot. So this was sort of the time I could find. But then but tomorrow I might fly from TNCM to Heathrow, so I might see you in the morning over at TNCM. It's a good flight, yeah. TNCM to EHAM, it's a good one. Why don't we do a Concorde World Tour? They did one in 1999. They did, didn't they? They did, didn't they? I'd have to, yeah. It's actually a good idea. Sorry, I sound that's rude. I don't mean that. I mean that's a good idea. We should do that. Just have a look at the Concorde World Tour route. Do you know the route it flew? Like sort of which airport it popped across at? To go to Tokyo, that'd be quite good fun. Sorry, I was left you looking at the instruments. Sorry, what happened to your altitude? Trying to get all the flights I can get in the next few weeks. I have five finals, 5 statewide tests, and 200 courses down the next 2. Oh, in the next 2 weeks. Oh, yeah. Yeah, well, I've got a couple in the next month. I've got some lots to come. So, yeah, doing the same thing. Doing some long haul flights, and then in between them doing lots of revision. So that's the plan. Yeah, no, it's quite good fun. There we go. We're just coming up to it. That little tone telling us we're arriving at flight level 390. Our nice little step out is completed. So that's what we were doing, making that step altitude up. The altitude warning there just telling us we're within a couple of 100 feet of this top of it. There goes that left-hand turn. We're now proceeding towards Lugo. Oh no, we're not. That's not good. What's it doing? Why has it gone all funny? 8.7 this program, 182.3.4. Oh, I got the programming wrong. Right, hold on. Right, north 18234. West 06340. There we go. Yep. My bad. Pretend that didn't happen. Right, there we go. Problem fixed. Plane's going to correct itself again. There we go. I was not quite paying attention when I must have been programming that. Got it slightly wrong. There we go. Problem avoided. You sure this is Xplane 11? Oh no, sorry. Yeah, it is Xplane 12. It is Xplane 12. Have I put in the description it's Xplane 11? I mean Xplane 12. If that's what it says. This is a little bit too nice. Oh, you're right. I've put Xplane 11. Oopsies. I meant 12. Habit, I suppose. There we go. Problem solved. JFK to Vancouver. Kona to Sydney to Guam. To Bangkok to Chennai, Nairobi, Aqaba, Venice. Ooh, Liz Bob. To JFK. It's the world tour. Nice. Bye, Peter Easy. 9095 Charlie on board BOAD Delta. Ah. You know a streamer who did it? Oh, nice. Might have to have a go at that. Lovely. Is this yeah, we're making good progress actually into ours. We're getting there. Nice. That looks like a very, very cool trip we should have a go at some point. Sorry, I'll look up. we have to have a go at that one at some point. That looks awesome. Super. Sorry, I meant listen. That's fine. No, yeah. Yeah, it's cool, isn't it? Yeah, well, we'll have to go at that. Sounds pretty good fun. This step climb is taking it a fair bit of time. I'm going to go to vertical speed mode. Do it myself. Should we take the auto throttle off? Yep. Apply a little bit down. There we go. And increase the climb rate to just under 500 feet. Oh really? JFK to CVR. Oh, that's cool. Because I was going to say, yeah, it's a big land hop to sort of do subsonic, but no, it's supersonic. That's great. That's what we need. That's good. That sounds cool. Yeah, we'll have to have a look at that at some point. It'd be great. There we go, leveling off at 390. Gross weight then down to 232. So we won't make it up any higher, but that's good. We're now at our final altitude. Simbrief had told me to step, but I was suspicious. So that's good that we're now up there. We're well and truly inside San Juan's airspace, making good progress. So brilliant. Right. We're making good progress. 0.47. The max speed's hovering nice and high there. We're really shifting. Get to work planning if you like. Yeah, it'll be a while, unfortunately, mate. It'll be about... I'm free to do sort of like big flight streams. Let me just check the calendar, but it looks to be... It'll be a while. I'm sorry, I was going to announce this later, but it's going to be sort of... I finish... Yeah, it's going to be like 17th of June that my exams and everything are all done, and that is when I've got days and days where we're just going to stream. We'll do loads and loads of streams from then, but unfortunately at the moment I've got to make sense. I've got to have a think. So unfortunately at the moment I can't quite do anything. But after that, we are good to go. So, if you want to plan, yeah, go for it, mate. I mean, it's a long way off, but it's a big flight, so yeah, definitely. Hold off for a bit then. Sorry, yeah. No, I really want to do it. Just, yeah, maybe in a bit. It'd be good fun. We've got 162 miles to go. I'm just checking the top of descent according to SimBrief on our position. Go over there. That's our position. It was 1930 on the north, so it's still quite a while away. According to it's 100 miles south of us, ish, roughly. It's quite late. I mean, we can sit here for a while. I'll tell you what, I might have to do a descent calculator here to get this stuff up. So, all a descent calculator does is times some numbers together, but it's quite good fun to put it into a sort of thing. But why don't we use one just for a bit of fun? So, there it is. Starting altitude, 39,000 feet. Ending up altitude, we want to end up 3,000 at the very end of our flight. Our ending altitude, we're going to be doing 250 knots, and our start speed here, airspeed wise, is just 260. They don't need to know about the speed really, so keep them similar. Vertical speed, I'd like to descend at 1,800 feet per minute. Also, we'll see it's a little bit quick for speed wise, so it might be 700. 91 nautical miles away. The wind is not, we'll count it as not a factor for now, because this is very rough. Just want a sort of number. 91 nautical miles-ish. Okay. That makes sense. If it's 91 nautical miles then, we can wait a bit, I suppose. We could probably wait till Navigraph does it. Navigraph thinks we should, SimBrief I should say, Navigraph, thinks we should descend, yeah, just checking the distance from, it says 146 nautical miles from Sligo. Well, that would be now, no, it can't be 146 miles. Must be 146. It's 82 miles from Sligo. I think it wants us to descend, yeah, 82. And then the distance from the next one, which is Gabble from Sligo, is only 18 miles, so that's pretty much negligible. So 82 miles. That one said 92, so we'll go with 92. So that's a little bit more accurate than the SimBrief one. So we go with 92 miles. So we've got 40 miles to continue our flight with. I'm just going to pop out for just a second and grab a glass of water. I'll be back in just a minute. There we go, sorry about that. Oh, actually, I thought for landing, I got my aircraft turn rating sensors. Of course you have. No, yeah, it's good, it's the A350, all a nice plane. Right, I've suddenly had a thought, I'll try and get the yoke cam up and working for landing, because of course we're flying a 747, you know, it's got a yoke, we should try and get the yoke cam, so I'm just going to have to run and grab the camera, so I'll just be a second.
This is Juliana, traffic Delta 62 heavy, descending for the BOR, visual approach from 110 gauge in transition.
Right, there we go, I've got it set up, I'm just finishing up, sort of putting it in the right place there. There we go. That's probably descending Concorde. Always end up descending to it. I know, descending in Concorde, man, it's a hard job. Timing it is, that's even trickier. So yeah, there's there is an official thing. You're supposed to descend 60 miles from Kenda, I think it is, going into JFK. I often find, to be fair, that I'm pardon me, I'm touching the mic. Sorry, going in at different locations, different speeds. So I have to see. Right. He's descending now. Right, we should probably pay attention then, sorry. I'll stop faffing about with this camera and get sorted. Although, look, doth working. So, that is the Boeing yoke that we're using for today's flight. Right, 85 miles as well, so we should descend. Right, we'll dial in an altitude of 3,000 feet. And we're just going to control the descent with vertical speed 1,800 feet per minute. And we're just going to look to manage it on the way down. Auto throttle wise, we're going to have to do it by speed now. The plan is to do it by speed. And using the off throttle, we'll switch to the the airspeed ones, and what we're going to do is just slowly monitor it on the way down, and keep it coming down at the right amount. Yes, controversial job it is. We both have different opinions on how it's done. So, yeah. I suppose you said, it's descending up too early. Yeah, I know what you mean. Descending too early in Concord is quite tricky, but then descending too late. I think we've descended slightly too late here as well, so really what you should do is get an A350 and have the automatic descent profile put in for you. That's what you should really do, I suppose. Your method is correct. I'm sure it is, Dan. I'm sure it is. I think mine is, but that's, that's fine. That's by the by. Righty. So, we are on our way over. Oh, look at that. The shadow from the top of the clip on the iPad. That is impressive. That's very impressive, actually. Don't know why that's impressed me so much. It's just quite cool. Right, you can see we're coming in over to Sligo now. We switched to Navigraph low charts here. Should be able to get a little bit cleaner image. There you go. You can see Sligo presented nicely there. We're coming across. So we'll just keep that descent up, and then the speed rise, we're just going to continue to dial it every now and then a little bit more. But the exhaust gas temperature is really rocketing up there. Right. You don't have a method either. I don't just guess. I have distances I'm supposed to start the descent at, and then we just let the speed drop back and let it all come relaxing down. Your stalls if we're going into it, but I'm not. Anyway, we're landing here today, so we'll move on from that. Right, VOR wise, our decision height is, if we're in a big plane, 770, I believe. So we'll dial that one in there. 770, about there. We'll put it on the first officer side as well, because then I think we get a very annoying noise come telling us its decision height. It goes like, whew. Really annoying noise. So, yeah, well, looking forward to that. So we're going to get that. That was just lovely. Right, coming in towards Sligo then. Good. 310. Can we see the island? Sometimes you can see it. And that's when it's always quite telling. If you're really high and you can see it, it's quite telling that you're far too high. I'm going to get rid of the camera until we need it in a minute, but don't let me forget, because we'd hate to forget that, so we'll just get rid of that. I can't see the island. We'll let Juliana traffic know what we're doing. Juliana traffic, Clipper 552 Juliet is descending through flight level 300 for 3000 for the RNAV runway 10, Aluba 1 arrival into Juliana runway 10, Clipper 552 Juliet. Lovely.
714 can't fly on Aprox.
Oh yeah, thanks for that. We can't fly. He's right, we can't fly. Oh, we're on the VOR. I must have said the wrong thing. We are on the VOR Zulu. Correction, sorry, yeah, Clipper 552 Juliet. On the VOR Zulu, runway 10, via the Aluba 1 arrival for Clipper 552 Juliet. Well done for correcting me on the radio. I'd forgotten that. I knew it on the chart. I've got it open here on the charts that we're on the VOR, but I said the wrong thing. Natural of habit, I'm sure. I reckon if the do you reckon the island's around where that small clump of clouds is? I reckon it might be. I reckon we might be over there. Right. 280 knots you can see there. I'm just going to dial that up to 300 there. Just want to keep the speed up a little bit during the descent. We've still got a bit to go to Sligo. Just keep the speed up. So it was still going down and going along at the same time. Lovely. Ooh, it's like freezing Xplane 12 there. Don't stall on me now. Touch wood, it won't. Right. Ooh. So we'll close that. Close that. Stop. Try and close down some maps here. It's starting to. It's not low FPS. It's just stuttering slightly occasionally. Right, 26,000 feet then. We're coming down nicely, I think. That seems to be going very well. Coming down nicely. QNH, let's get the METAR up for TNCM. Let's check ourselves here, make sure we're all still going down well. So, performance calculator, we're on the landing page here, we'll just all put it in here. So we're going to have 1019 on the QNH. We have a temperature of 28 degrees. The winds have changed slightly, it's 080 at 10. And everything else is still the same. The runway length hasn't changed in the time we've been flying. Now there's the elevation. So it's all still fine. So still again they're looking at 1,700 meters for a medium auto brake and 2,200 for the low. So in theory we could risk a low auto brake, seeing as we've got to go right to the very end of the runway. But given my my floating that sometimes happens on landing, we'll go for a medium auto brake landing there. So we'll select in medium there. We're coming over to Slugo there. The speed's coming along nicely there, just at 310. We're just holding it there. And we've got the altitude select of 3,000. In the radios then, if I get open the charts, we've got 1130 St. Martin. Oh, I haven't. 1130 St. Martin there. With the radials of 318 and then 096. Will be the inbound radial that we take. So we're going to be flying directly towards it at 318, and then 096 we'll switch to as we make a right-hand turn, basically try and hold the 10 DME, and as we're doing that we'll dial that in a complete 180 degree reciprocal to 096 pretty much, which is the VOR. When we then hit the 10 DME point from St. Martin and we're in line with the 096, we'll make that left turn on. And we're on. We level at 1600 and then we'll step down at a 2.98 degree angle, which when we're at Debk here, we at for 5 miles will be fully configured. So speed wise we will be doing 130 knots, which should equate to about a 700 feet per minute descent rate there, it looks like in the middle. So we'll dial in the 700 and then sort of go down with that. Then probably sort of go for a bit of a visual as we get a bit closer. That's the plan, and there is the island. So there it is, folks. Princess Juliana, St. Martin Airport, or yeah, I think it's it's got a lot of different names, but we'll go with that. There's the island. So 20,000 feet, so it's still quite high. So we'll start to back off the speed a little bit. Look for about 270-ish. Get the engines to really idle themselves here. And then we'll start to think about trying to increase the descent rate slightly there. And we'll crack open the spoilers in a second to help us slow down. There's that left turn now. We're going to direct to Gabol. And we've got the 1130. So actually Gabol is on a 138. straight in. So if I actually set that to 138, come all the way around. If I set that to 138 and switch that to radio, you can see we're heading straight for the island here actually, on the 138 sort of radial in. Well, should I? Yeah, sure, certainly. Yeah, we'll hang around. I mean, you know, I'm taking my time anyway, so yeah, we'll watch you land. I'm a little bit high, so I might have to do a hold here. Right, so we're heading straight in for Gabble now. This should bring us straight in from Gabble, the 138. Actually, I might have that completely wrong. No, I think I have that wrong. Let's go to INS. Trigonometry-wise, that doesn't work. You're not necessarily going towards it, if that makes sense. But that's fine. We'll be flying the 138 after we pass Garble. Then we'll be making a right turn just past south. So it'll be about 190 heading, I think we'll assume for now. Trying to stick on that 10 DME. So we'll have to change it as and when. And then it'll be 096 for the touchdown. This should be good fun. 16,000 feet then. Smoking signs and no seatbelt signs on. And we'll go through the checklist of the descent checklist, please.
Approach checklist, please. Seatbelts and shoulder harness. Check. Seatbelts and no smoking signs. On. And the eyes.
Oh, he's turning. Okay, we'll go VOR lock. It's gone wrong.
Check. Outer brakes.
It's not happy with us.
Medium. Radio INS switches. Radio. Flight director computer selectors. Check.
We are
Brake
high,
pressure.
but that's alright.
Check. Spoilers. Hold on.
Crack them open.
Damn.
Spoilers are open. Let's get this descent rate up. It's often been called by my friends the lever of shame, the speed brake lever. So it's not good to pull it necessarily, but sometimes you got to. Right, anti-ice can come off. We don't need that. Checklist. They want us to arm the spoilers. We'll look out to do that in a second, and they want the go around set. They want the EPRP set to go around. So we'll set that up, and then as soon as we arm them, once we bring them back in, they'll continue with their checks. You can see there's the airport, hence I'm panicking a little bit. We're a bit high still. So really hit the spoilers open here. They're at full deployment there. Trying to slow down a bit. We're quite close as well. Okay. Yeah, we're quite high. I'm thinking. Let us, when we come to make this right turn, we might have to extend it. I might go slightly back on ourselves and then go round. That's probably what I'd do. If we were controlling, I'd probably get someone to do that. So we'll do a little right hand sort of shimmy to lose some speed. We'll get the landing lights on and the logo lights on now, as we're coming down to 11,000. Again, I'm hiding this yoke so I can see the navigation display, which is helpfully positioned right behind there. This is becoming a thing. It is, isn't it? We're always... I'm always a little bit shy to descend early, I suppose. But there's the island.
10,000.
10,000. We're coming down quite quickly now, but we are still high, so... We can't arm the spoilers yet, either, because we're still too fast, so... Have to continue to look for 250, and then we're going to look for 220 actually as well, just to keep those engines in idle. Oh well, we'll do a quick shimmy and we'll be good. Right, might as well go heading then and make that big wide turn I wanted to do. Right, coming right, and I'm going to set this up to 096 now as well. Coming down for 8,000, we'll keep our descent up. We're going down to 1,600. There goes the right-hand turn. It's a little bit slow at this altitude, and we're descending, so the nose is sort of pushing down a bit. So it's quite a wide turn. Big right-hand turn there. Keep it going all the way around. 270. It won't be long that we'll have to do this little circle for, but we will have to do a quick circle to bring us on. Okay. That's alright. This is what I'd suggest if it was another aircraft doing this. So this is fine. Right, we're going to overshoot slightly. So what we're going to do, we're going to go into 255. My plan is to take us down here, do a big circle, and then go back on. That's the plan. Right, 240, there we are. We're coming down through 5,000 there. Speed brakes are fully out. We can reduce our descent rate a tad to 2,000 feet per minute. That'll allow the speed to come off a bit. Right, coming left slightly to 220. We're going to cross the localizer and then make a big right-hand circle. That will be good. I do have a plan, believe it or not. Right, 180, 1,800 feet per minute selected. We're coming down nicely. We've got the decision height in. We'll cross the localizer then. We'll go through a little bit more, bring it right to 240. To sort of close up our angle a little bit. And then we're coming through 2,800 now. See, we've just gone into a bit more turning there. Do you see that? It was able to turn a bit sharper.
1,000 to level off.
1,000 to level off, right. Swinging around. Come 300. Swing it round and we'll be straight on the approach. So, 240 knots. Thank you for the altitude alert. Helpful as always. And Slane has 200 knots. Our slat 1 speed is 210, so as soon as we start to slow down we'll be dropping that out. Heavy tab wise, we need to keep that turn up. All the way around please, 060. Speed's coming down nicely, 1,700 feet. We're levelling off there. Speed's racing down now, and flap on. Selected.
Flaps 1.
There comes in the power. There comes in the power. Hey. Power's just punched in there. We're continuing that right hand spin. We're going to shoot past the localizer a bit, so I have to make it a little bit tighter. Right round 110. 16 nautical miles. That has worked out not too badly. Spoilers in.
Altimeters.
And we'll arm the auto
3.
spoilers.
Set and cross-check.
Or air brakes or
Landing data,
Well, arm
EPR,
spoilers.
and
There we
airspeed
go.
bugs.
armed.
Set and cross-check.
Seatbelts and shoulder harness. Check. Fuel panel. Fuel heat. Let's see.
1019. Set on the Q&H's. I set that a little bit late, that's alright. 1019 selected. What did he want? Fuel heat off, did I hear? Fuel off. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Off. EPR computer. Go around. Cabin altitude.
It's coming down.
Check. Circuit breakers. Check.
VOR locks selected.
Approach checklist completed.
Approach checklist completed. Right, landing checklist, we're getting ready to go. We're on the localizer capture. We're coming up to the 10 DME point. We're slowing to 180 knots. And I'm going on the performance calculator just to check the speeds compared to the sim setting the speeds. We've got 2000, yeah, so 180 flat 5. Right, flat 5 selected.
Flaps 5.
And then 174 for flat 10.
Just Juliana traffic, Delta 62 heavy on the Gable transition VOR, Zulu approach runway 10.
Super. Oh, you're taking the VOR? Nice. Right. And then the 4.9, we're going to have to start descending at 2.98 degrees. which is about 700 feet per minute, I think it said, with 2.98 at 4.9 DME. Slowing to 174, or slow to 170. That allows us to put out the next set of flaps. Flap 10.
Flaps 10.
There we go, flap 10 coming out. And 7.5, the gear are going to go down. So we're getting close. This is the 8.8 DME now. You see the nose really pitching up there. And at Juliana traffic, Clipper 552 Juliet is 1600 feet at 8 miles. VOR Zulu, runway 10, Juliana traffic, Clipper 552 Juliet. Lovely, we are all good. 1600, speed 170, 7.5 miles gear down. Gear are shooting down, so that means we can start to slow up to the next set, 154. Go 150. There we go, and flap 20 selected.
Gears down, green light. Flaps 20.
Flap 20 coming down. 6.5 miles. 5 miles we want to be fully configured, so that'll be 134. Keep pulling that speed, yeah. There goes the power a little bit. Right, 134, slowing, flap full selected. Let's go straight in.
Flaps 30.
There we go. Whee! Comes the nose pitch down as the speed drops. There we go. Dropped in there. Right. Super. Right. The aircraft is on. I have control. 4.9. We're looking to start dropping the nose now. I'm going to turn off the flight directors and do it visually. There's the runway in sight. VOR is good. We're locked up. And we're going to start dropping it just under 700 feet per minute. Just trimming the nose up a little bit there. It's got quite a bit of pull down. And we'll start the landing checklists.
Landing checklist.
Go down.
Gear.
A little bit high there.
Down and check.
Down and check. Flaps.
Flaps 30.
Flaps 30. Ignition.
Flight start.
Anti-skid.
There we go.
Check.
Problems
Altimeters.
being corrected slightly there.
1019. Set and cross checks. Landing checklist completed.
Landing checklist is completed. Right, we're happy to go. Okay. Looking at the end of looking at the touchdown markers there. I'm looking at the beach as well, actually. We're going quite low over it. We're a little bit low, but actually we're pretty much on the money, I think. That's good. We're fully visual now at this point. I'm looking straight at the runway. You're doing it all.
Approaching minimums.
Yeah. Minimum's noise is quite annoying here, but there it is. What an awful noise, but there's minimums.
Minimums.
We're floating slightly there. I'm going to take over manual throttle.
Check reverse. Out, off, reverse.
I have the throttle. Whee, a bit left there. We're a tad high. Keep it
500.
coming down. Bit left. It's drifting around today. The wind's quite strong. We're pretty high. Whoa. This is very high, actually. That might be a wave off. Yeah, that's a wave off. That's too high. Going around. Gear up.
Gear up.
Flaps selected 20. Thank you for the noise. Thank you. Rolling right. Juliana traffic, Clipper 552 Juliet, gear up.
Gears up.
Gear is at 200 knots coming up through there. Just back it off a little bit. And we'll hold it at round the corner there. 2,000 feet per minute, and we'll go up to 3,000 feet.
Juliana traffic, Delta 62 heavy, established VOR approach, runway 10.
And we'll roll right. And hold it coming around to 240 heading. And we'll look for 200 knots. Get that one on. There we go. Speed selected. Hey, that was interesting. My bad entirely. I'm fully, you know, that was fully my fault. That was completely my fault. I wasn't able to keep the nose down. I let it during the approach, let it drift up a little bit. That's embarrassing and would not be good for Clipper, as it were, for Pan Am. You know, we're losing fuel. Fortunately, in our world, fuel is free. But you know, in reality, this is not good. So let's try and put it down second time. You can see where I was trying to really keep the nose down, but I was just unable to keep it down. It was really jumping around today. Right, flap 10 should be at 173, so I've just got to bring it up to flap 5 here. So there's flap 5 being selected. We'll continue our right turn heading 300. We're just entering a sort of missed approach procedure here, heading right around the runway. Actually, I'm going to bring that back. I want to go to 255. I don't want to really be any closer to the runway, especially with other people landing. So, Daniel is he's in. There he is on the approach, and we'll follow him in. We're going to check our descent here. All we can see, it's climbing. It's not quite leveled off at 1600 like I thought it would. Come on, down we go, down we go, down we go, down we go. Come on, down we go. There we go. There we go. Right. How interesting. My bad entirely. So, Daniel is just touching down, I believe. So let's see if we can see him from there. Blurry because of the engine throttle there, but there he is going in over the threshold. Oh, oh, is he down? Looks like he's down. He's down. He is down. Super. Right. We've got a backtrack to do at this place, so we'll have to wait for him to finish his backtrack, and then we'll come in. My plane, I didn't select altitude select, so it's gone quite high, so we're just going to have to punch it down a bit. Let's get the spoilers out. Slow down to 180 knots. Or 173-ish, so we can put flap 10 out. We'll just keep coming down, back down to where we should be. How interesting. Well, you know, I never say it's not an interesting stream with Power Pilot. Unable to land it there, my bad. The wind's a little bit strong, but probably not that strong that it means you should go around. Been a while since I've flown, I guess. Right. Well, yeah, no? Okay. Right. Okay. Come right heading 270. The plane is decided it doesn't want to do vertical speed. I don't know why. There we go. We're coming around. 1,000 to level off. Perfect. And we'll come right. 360. Go a little bit less than that. And we'll keep backing off the speed here, looking for less and less. And we'll try this one more time. Right. Yeah, I forgot about him on the way. We might be cutting this a little bit close. That's alright, it'll be fine. Right, speed's coming back. Altitude once more is going way lower than it should do. Goodness me, it's wandering around today. Go on, up we go. There we go. Go on, keep going. Keep going. Yeah, you gotta climb. Gotta climb back up to 1600. There we go, select altitude. Right, go on. There. Does do some odd things, this plane, but we'll leave it to it. Probably just my incompetence. Right. Just get the spoilers armed. Got to look at the positioning. There. On. And roll the aircraft right to 060. Flaps can now come to 10.
Flaps 10.
Flaps 10 selected. On the outtap you can see we're coming across on the approach here. Sorting ourselves out. Lights are all good. This time I'm going to establish it with the autopilot in the descent and then take manual once we get that initial descent bit going. There we are. We're level 1600. 13 miles to run. We'll try and get configured a little bit earlier as well, see if that helps. 153 selected, flap 20 selected.
Flaps 20.
And we'll hold the speed here until we get the gear out.
Printed Juliana traffic Delta 62 vacated runway.
Brilliant. Mr. Daniel is off the runway. Okay, good. Right, you can see my crazy descent. We'll get better at descents. We'll get better at descents. Right, VOR's coming in. There's the runway. Let's try this again. So, autopilot coming in. There comes in the, or it comes in the VOR rather. VOR coming across. Alrighty. So, here comes the VOR. VOR lock has been armed. So it is going to start to pull us close as we get in. We've got 10 miles there. The strobes are on, the beacons are on, the logos, and the turn off and landing is all on. Body gear steering is disarmed, we don't want them on the runway. And the approach checklist was completed before, so we're all fine. And then we'll do the landing checklist again as we start to align ourselves with that VOR. .5 miles then, we're looking for gear down at 8. I'll extend it by 0.5. We've got the gear lever down switch here. That's what we're using for today, this one. So we'll hang forth to put the gear down there. Juliana traffic, Clipper 552 Juliet re-establishing on the VOR. Approach runway 10, currently at 9 miles. Juliana traffic, Clipper 552 Juliet. And 8 miles gear down. I lied slightly on Unicorn. We're a little bit closer. Right, gear coming down. There go the gear. So, approach checklist. From the sim, we'll get the speed. 133 VREF, slowing. 133.
Green light.
Selecting flap 25.
Flaps 25.
Hey, look at the nose bouncing around, that's amazing. And there's flap full.
Flaps 30.
Oh yeah, flap 30. Oh, okay. Right, landing checklist, please. Let's get this started.
Landing checklist. Gear. Down and check. Down and check.
To the outside view, it's really shuffling around, isn't it, today? Go out. What a lovely plane.
Check.
Here we go.
Altimeters.
Manual control.
019. Set and cross check.
Yep, thank you.
Landing checklist completed.
Landing checklist. Alright. Visual with the runway. Let's do this one more time. 4.9 miles, beginning descent. There we go. I think I was scared of being too low over the beach, so
Good luck
kept it.
today.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Daniel. We'll make sure we try and get it in this time. Come right a little bit. Whee. I promise I'm not, using rudder movements to try and make it look like it's worse than it is. It's bouncing around by its own accord. So, little bit low, but that's no bad thing.
1,000.
1,000 feet, perfect. Take auto throttle out, I'll have control. Keep that nose coming down.
Approaching minimums.
Super. They come in minimums. We're a little bit left, but
Minimums.
minimums, happy to continue. Okay. Right, a little bit more nose down. Wait, wait. There we go. I'm just watching that speed there, falling a little bit. Want to give it a little bit more throttle. There we go. A little bit
500.
less. Oi, oi, oi. Okay. Wait. Right. This is looking much more promising. Just keep it in a little bit more descent rate for that final little bit over this threshold. I want to keep it coming down. There we go, that's a bit better. Idle the throttle. We'll just let it drift in over.
50, 30, 20, 10.
Now we're down.
Check reverse.
Reverser deployed. Medium auto brake. We're down. Decel. Put a stick forward there.
Auto brake off.
Auto brake off. I'll take manual braking. Reducing the reverse thrust going through the engines just so an idle. I'm amazed that took 2 attempts, but that's alright. 60 knots there, we can
Off reverse.
bring the reverses off and turn off the landing lamps there.
60 knots.
Thank you.
Well done.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We made it down.
You're welcome.
Super. Righty ho. Let's do a little turnaround and get back down the other end. Okay. I got TCA stick just off camera here that I'm using for the nose wheel steering with the little dial to be the steering. Super. Well, we'll begin our little spin around here. I'll get rid of the yoke cam for you, so it's not blocking our view of the scenery. Bit of power around the corner. And I'll turn on the body gear steering actually, to give us some help around this corner. There you go, look at that, turn rate improves immediately. And we'll begin our after landing checklist.
After landing checklist.
Brake pressure.
Check.
Body gear steering.
Arm.
Outer brakes.
Off.
Off.
Ignition.
Damn.
Yep.
Off.
Engine and wing anti-ice.
Spoilers
Hold on.
in and flaps up.
Flaps up.
Wing anti-ice off.
Radar antenna.
Damn.
Radar and transponder into the
Standby.
standby position.
Flaps.
Damn.
So coming up. Flaps coming up. Need a rudder cam. yeah, to prove that, you're right. Oh, I'm drifting slightly. It's interesting, the default scenery's got all these trees. They're not, of course, there in real life, but it's quite good fun. Lots of them are, but not quite all, but it's pretty cool. Not bad default scenery, I'll be honest. I was shooting down the runway here, doing 50. I suppose we are on a runway, so there's no speed.
Down.
Stabilizer trim.
7 units.
Outflow valves. Open. Pressurization mode selector. Let's see. Manual. Aft cargo heat.
And we're going to go right here. Oh, he wants the APU as well. Let's go start. Coming right here. Off the runway. Very nice. I may not be able to land, but I can turn. Right. And the bleed can go off that one, and we'll shut the electrics for that. So we've got the electrics off the engine and instead on the APU. Nice to see. And then we want the aft cargo heat. You want it off, so that will oblige. So therefore, that is that one there.
APU. Completed.
Okay. Speed limit for backtrack, it is 50. Oh, super. Well, there you go. We were holding right on it. Nice. Lovely aircraft, look at that. We're parking up next to the Delta. Alpha 1, this is our stand. There we go. No real waiver here, so we're just going to have to sort of do it, a bit of external view and things, bringing us in on stand. Lights can go off. Strobe lights off at the same time. And we'll keep drifting forwards to make sure we get behind that yellow line, which we are, so we can bring it to a stop there. Parking brake selected.
Parking brake set.
Parking brake is set. Bleed air so the engines can go off, and the fuel valves can go off. Hold on, quite off. There we go. Radars off. TCAS is standby. The beacon lights are off, and the logo lights can remain on. The seatbelt signs can come off now. The window heats can go off. Probe heaters can go off. Anti-skid disarmed. Emergency lights off. Beyond that, the galley power can come off, and the galley chiller can go off. The cabin altitude is coming down to 0. It's below 0 now, so it's actually all good. And the fuel boost pumps can go off. The hydraulic power can also go off. Otherwise, it'll drain the APU. Lovely. We're on the ground. Welcome to Princess Juliana. Our flight time there, should we check? Sam probably will tell me. It normally tells me what I'm doing. It was flight time of 3 hours and 31 minutes, so pretty good time. I think I had us pegged in for 3:50, so we made a bit of time up somewhere along the route. Not bad at all. I've got a pen. I seem to have lost my pen here, so I'm going to have to remember. Remember 3:31. Super. Lovely. Look at that. There we are with the Delta. Super. Must say that is a very nice Delta 330. I like the look at that. I know you're in a 350, but that's looking good, that one. Unfortunately, the 747 does look better, but it's still a good plane. Super. Well, we made our long haul flight. Not really long haul, but bit of a trek down anyway. So I thank you all for watching. Let's go watch the replays if we disconnect then. So thank you very much, Daniel, for flying along with us. We'll disconnect from Vatsim there. And we'll hit the replays. We can have a watch. You can have a watch of my go around actually as well. We'll have a watch of that. Skip the backtrack. Right, I'm going to put it a while back so that the flaps can all come down. They take a while to do their stuff. So I'll just put it here. Now start putting all the flaps down. Looked like a good landing, only the replay shows the truth. You're very right there. The replay does show the truth, so let's skip it forward a little bit. As I said, look, you can see the flaps are coming down. It does them during the replay, so we just have to wait for them to come down. There they are. Here we go. Should we watch it from, what do we want to watch it from? Should we watch it from this wing view first? And then we'll go in external, see the damage. You really see the wing flex there actually. the engine is really bouncing up and down, that external one. It must have been close to the ground. Because, of course, we're still getting used to the fact that we're sat on the second level of the plane. So the bottom of it must have been really close. Hey, he's moving it around there. Crikey. The spoilers are coming up. Yeesh. Here we go. Ooh, that looks low. That looks really low. Right, look at that. Didn't look too bad from inside. Didn't look too bad. Shift 3, certainly. Alright, let's zip it back. Or we could go back a little bit further. Go shift 4 and then shift 3 again. Oh, yeah, we're pretty much there, aren't we? There we go. You can watch the height. Oh my goodness me, that was quite low. And quite early touchdown. Keen to get it down, I suppose. Right, we'll do the inevitable and we'll watch it from shift 4. Okay, watch it from shift 4 and then we'll go back on that beach. I'd like to see the touchdown sort of side-on view. That was quite low over the beach. Lacking in flair slightly, but that's alright, we made it down. And I just want to check out that point of touchdown. Because that was amazingly low. We'll definitely be watching that again. But where was that point of touchdown? Because we're almost... Yeah, look at that. That was early. Wow. I'm touching down. Touching down on the piano keys. You can see how very... There's a couple of tire marks and things, so it does happen occasionally. But pretty early touchdown. Press shift 3. And then go forward slow. Oh, okay. Super. Shift 3. Oh, you can move. Oh, of course. Didn't realise that. Right. Beach view, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go. The 747 coming in. Way. Down. Super. Ripped spoilers. How super. I want to watch that one more time. That was pretty cool. Go in slow motion as it comes over. Look at the size of that one. Wow. Pretty cool plane to be seeing that. Shift 2 is better. We want shift 2. Look at that. It's nice watching the full gear action there, look. And the smoke coming off them. Pretty good of Xplane 12 actually to have that. Right, send it back. You want shift 2. Oh, shift 2. Ah. We were on the centre line just a little bit early, but that's quite good fun. Right, and they go on the VOI one. I'd like to have a look at the wing view. I'd like to have a look at the left-hand wing view that looks this way. See what it looked at. As we came in low over the buildings. Oh, you can move. Oh, okay. Sorry, I'll move it. Yeah. Look at that. Oh, amazing. That's right. Shift 2. I can move. Ah, I didn't realise that. Sorry, thought it was static. Should go. What, there? Do you want there? There? Look at the plane. Gorgeous. Whoopee. Incredible. That's pretty nice. Now if we go in fast motion, we went all the way down. Shift 2 is like C, but it follows the aircraft. Oh, okay, yeah. Nice. That spinning around at the end. Nice. Send it back. Watch that touchdown again. It's a cool plane. I'm enjoying flying it. I've been flying it a lot recently because it's good fun. It's, you can still it tests me, as you can see. I didn't make the landing because it pushes me to fly it well. So it's good fun. So I do recommend it a lot if you're into good manual aircraft. This is certainly one to have a go with because it is very, very impressive. Right, I'm actually going to have to quickly record this as well, so hopefully that won't end the stream. No, there we go. So look, we're on stream. Let's send that back a little bit. Go from there. I want to record this. It looks so cool. Oh. Amazing, absolutely amazing. Should we see the go out? Oh, yeah, why not? Why not? Why not? I like the idea of that. Right, let's click... I'll stop the recording there. Right. How do I toggle the overlay? Oh, let me just... replay. Toggle controls visibility, go R, a key. R. There we go. Right, let's drag it back to the go around, you're right. So... that was the approach. Coming back, there's the go around. Watch it from tower view. You can see I just hadn't, even from a long way outlook, the altitude was just not, it's just not coming down. I underestimated, I assumed it would sort of drop a little bit, but I guess with the massive wing area that we had and the massive flaps on the 747, just didn't quite get that drop that you can normally get from sort of just giving it a bit of a push forward on older aircraft, or not really older, just other aircraft I'd normally find, I don't know. Look at that. Oh, we were just a little bit high, look. I panicked, I realised it. I mean, to be honest, if you're that high on a 747 into Juliana, that's too high. But we knew it. Up went the throttles. Round we went. It climbs quickly, actually, man. And accelerates quickly. Goodness me, we're shifting already. Crikey, what's our speed? Coming through 160. Wow. We're moving. It is just too cool, isn't it? It is just too cool. I always used to say the 787, A380 was better, but having flown this for a couple of hours and bits and bobs, it's pretty cool. Round we go. That must have been quite disconcerting for passengers and like. Should we go in the wing view? I reckon they probably saw some stuff. But they're like, oh look, this is such a lovely approach. Little do they know. Round we go. Lovely. Not a badly executed go around actually. I thought it went quite well. If we shoot back and I click shift 2, is it shift 2? And then I can move, can't I? If I go like pause. If I go like, yeah, I am looking forward to that though. You're right, Daniel. That'll be super cool. If we go here, look, you could see even from here, look, just didn't get that descent rate up. And from this beach view, considering what we saw the other one at, this approach was just too high. But yeah, you're right, the A380X, that'll be super cool. Although, to be honest. Oh, no, that is too high. That is too high. I was thinking probably could have recovered it, but no, that's too high. I'm enjoying watching it so much. The sound is amazing, isn't it? I'm looking forward to watching that turn actually, if I keep spinning around. There goes the turn. Amazing. How much fun. thank you so much for watching, everybody. It's going to be a while till we stream again, just as unfortunately I can't get the times to sort of fit in with busy schedules at the moment. All I can offer you is a nice look at the approach again, and then unfortunately I'll have to leave you all. We'll watch it from the beach view once more. I'll try and go in quickly on the beach. I want to say thank you very much to everyone who came and watched today, and thanks to Daniel for flying along, and thanks to the subscribers, and thanks to those new subscribers. So have a nice day, everybody, and it'll be a while, but do stay in touch on the Discord. You can find me flying around maybe occasionally whilst I'm revising, whatever. But that's the plan. See you all again soon. Bye bye from me, and have a nice day. Ciao.